right. Welcome, everybody, to the first convening of this council. Had a great swearing in last night, so appreciate everybody and all the support of that ceremony yesterday. We will start with a Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Councilor Stormy Fort if she would lead us.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. The next item on the agenda is the election of the mayor pro tem, and I would move to nominate Stormy Fort.
Second.
All right. Second by Jonathan Melton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right. Thank you and congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Fort. All right. Next item is committee assignments, and we have submitted those committee assignments to the clerk's office. Is that how we proceed, or?
We have them in the manager's office, for the chief of staff, and for the clerk's office. So you've covered all bases.
Okay.
Yes.
So is there any objections to the committee assignments? We, for the members of the audience, had conversations behind the scenes and talked to everybody, so I think we have a lot of continuity, but a few changes. Any objections, or do we have a motion to move approval?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
And staff will work to get those posted on the website so that the public will know.
Okay. And then are there other announcements by any members of council? Okay. If not, we have a consent agenda, and I believe there was one item pulled, or is that was under special items? Maybe no items were pulled.
I think
Okay.
there were no items pulled.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and the consent agenda is adopted and passed. All right, next we move to the report of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. It's good to see you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Always like to see you. I'm joined today by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission. As usual, we have included for you some upcoming holidays. None of these overlap with any of your scheduled meeting dates at this time. And then we have only one item currently scheduled for public hearing on an upcoming meeting. That's the second meeting in January. Tryon Road rezoning request. That'll appear on the afternoon agenda, thus there's only an afternoon meeting that day. We have one item coming out of Planning Commission for your consideration today. This is a rezoning on Forestville Road. You just scheduled a concurrent annexation for this item for January 7, public hearing. We're recommending that same date for the rezoning so you can consider them together. They each require a separate public hearing, but the annexation requires action before you can apply city zoning. So this is a request for just under 5 acres, going from Wake County R30, which requires about 3/4 of an acre per unit, to R10 with conditions. That's a city district. It is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommended approval by a split vote. Commissioner Mann voted against. He wanted additional information from the State Department of Transportation about potential access on Forestville Road. Currently, the applicant is anticipating access from the south. And again, that suggested public hearing date is January 7. What questions could I answer for you, or could Ms. Miller answer for you before you act to set the public hearing?
No questions from me. This is my district. I believe the applicant is going to provide information to the council that will be responsive to the commissioner's request. related to NCDOT and driveway access. So unless there's any other discussion, I'll move to adopt the suggested public hearing date of January 7th
Second.
at 7 p.m.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we're on to special items, and this is where we had one pulled, if I'm correct, right? Okay, so there is one request from Councilmember Harrison for a council contingency item. Do you want to comment at all, or do you just make a motion?
I do believe that my policy analyst, Wes, is reviewing this request, and that it should come back to us in January.
Okay. Okay, so no action today.
And just to clarify, is that correct, Marshall, with our new process?
Yes, you can bring it back in January.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'll just say really quickly, there was a request for the balances. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll go through the slide of the balances. Here, so this is the balance as of November 6th, which was the last time you all took action. And then if you all approve, which we do need you all to approve moving forward with Councilmember Harrison's request today, and then it will come back to you all in January. And then this will be your balance for each council member by position. So,
I would move to move forward with Councilmember Harrison's request.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Right, thank you.
And I have no money left, so no one asked me. Just a reminder.
Do we need to go ahead and vote and move to approve the item under for Councilman Jones? Still?
No, actually, we are still working with the students. They do have some information to provide, so I asked them to come back in January. So I'm sorry that was removed. I didn't make that clear to you.
Okay, so
Sorry.
both have been removed. Got it.
Well, can I say something real quick? They've reached out to me as well, so we may end up splitting, but we can have our policy analysts have a conversation about that. Okay. So.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll move on to the report and recommendations of the city manager.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have 2 items today. The first of which is the public notice of official meetings, which is our annual schedule of regular meetings throughout calendar year 2025. We have City Clerk Lou Bonapane here to present this item.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This, as the manager said, this is the adopting the regular meeting of scheduled meetings. It does follow the traditional calendar of regular meetings on the first Tuesday at 1 o'clock and 7 p.m. Second Tuesday work session at 4 o'clock and public comment session at 7 p.m. Third Tuesday lunch work session at 11:30, followed by the regular meeting at 1 o'clock. There is one exception on the work sessions. So with the months of July and December, there will be no second Tuesday evening public comment session. That reflects the schedule that we followed during calendar year 2024 to current year. One exception to the regular meeting schedule, point out November, a Veterans Day holiday is observed on Tuesday, November 11th, so we will move that meeting to Wednesday. And then there's also the dates specified for the annual budget review process. Happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
I have a question. Well, just clarification. So it's looking like you just said that there will be no public comment that third Tuesday for the winter break and then the summer break, but it looks like it's being proposed that public comment occur on the first Tuesday, which is what we're doing today.
That is correct.
Okay, I think that's the right way to do it, and so I'm good with that. I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt unless there's more questions. Move to approve the proposed 2025 calendar.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. The next item is a project update of Raleigh City Hall. We have Priscilla Williams from Engineering Services, who's the project manager on this project. And it's a little bit lengthy presentation, but it's kind of 3 presentations in one. So hopefully all of your questions will be answered at the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor Cowell and members of council. I am Priscilla Tyree Williams, the City Construction Projects Administrator for Public Safety and Special Projects. And today I join with my colleagues in Public Art to provide you with an update of the new City Hall project. Our update will follow this agenda. We'll talk briefly about the project's history, provide you with an update highlighting the MWBE participation, as well as our communications, highlight sustainability features, provide an update of the public art, and then present to you today's actions, and afterwards staff will be available for questions. The new City Hall will consolidate employees and services from 5 different locations in downtown Raleigh. The Raleigh Municipal Building, 310 West Martin Street, also known as Dillon, 1 Exchange Plaza, the Professional Building, and 1 City Plaza. From the master plan that was approved by council in 2018, the goals and the future building functions have been defined as to create a consolidated public service area for an excellent customer service experience, improve efficiencies and collaborative workspaces for employees, to provide civic meeting space, better access management for council, executive management, and staff, to provide staff conference and training rooms, and to focus on security, safety, and accessibility. Here's a brief chronology of significant council actions. In 2018, as mentioned, was the approval of the Civic Campus Master Plan. 2019, the approval of professional service contracts for the designer and the CMAR. This is being delivered by construction manager at risk. 2023, the approval of the scope reduction and an investment of $16 million, a post-COVID situation. And then 2023, approval of the GMP and budget transfer of those funds, and that happened in October. With approval of the contract amendment to fund FF&E through the budget process in July of this year. There were several unfunded project elements that were going to be funded or have to be funded through the budget process. Not like you can't miss the flurry of activity going on outside, but just to give you some significant milestones of this very exciting project. We issued the notice to proceed on November 21st. We had a building breaking of the old RPD headquarters in January of 2024. The demolition was completed in April of 2024 with a groundbreaking in June of 2024. The mat slab foundation was completed on September 9th, but was completed on September 11th, but actually began on September 9th. It was quite a marathon. And so I have a link here, but in view of time constraints, I just encourage you to look at it. It's a short that was produced by our communications team. Construction progress as of October 31st is 12.39% of completion, and that was by pay application, and we are on schedule. As a CMAR construction manager at risk delivered project, MWBE participation falls under its responsibility. The CMAR's MWBE plan was approved by the city, and the CMAR has surpassed the city's goal of 15% and has achieved overall 22.52%. It should be noted that 14.13% was among first-tier subs, with 8 of the first-tier awards going to MWBE firms. 8.4 was among the second-tier firms, and with 3 packages yet to be bid, there's an opportunity for this to increase. In November, the project team traveled to Nashville, Tennessee to observe the production of the architectural precast panels. Gate Precast Concrete is the manufacturer. Our communications team of Katie Dombrowski and Tiffany Mazanik is doing an excellent job, and we come bearing gifts. We've had some exciting events already as we've begun this project, and we're looking forward to future events. The groundbreaking event took place this past June, and we are looking forward to the next milestone event, which should be the topping out in the fall of 2025. We have a construction update blog that is updated several times a month on the city's website. Just search for City Hall, and our updated page will be your first result. It's there that you'll be able to see two videos, one which is the MAC Foundation, and the other one is the actual fabrication of our architectural precast panels. For city staff, these articles are linked in the city's weekly internal newsletter, The Loop. Storytelling is a big component of the City Hall communications plan. We publish news stories on our city's website at least once a quarter. We focus on stories on themes like the people that support the project, sustainability efforts, and interesting construction updates. For example, the project team was highlighted in the city's celebration of International Women's Day. And it's a fun fact that most of the team is comprised of women for the East City Civic Tower. We told a great story about how 97% of the old building was recycled. That's about 6,000 pounds of rubble that was diverted from landfills. And when the contractor placed the foundation of the new City Hall, we talked about the story of how 180 concrete trucks placing 1,800 cubic yards of concrete at 5 feet thick. So that was very interesting. Like I said, you'll see the video. It's pretty neat. Here's a rendering of a typical floor. And one of the requests today is to add a 13th floor. Adding an additional floor allows for flexibility in staffing and work area layout, and for the provision of more space when floor assignments are made. We've identified capacity in the current year's capital reserves to provide this flexibility. We have a comprehensive communications plan, both for our internal staff audience as well as the public. With our public communication focused on customer service and the opportunity the new City Hall presents as it brings together a lot of departments into one space. Karen Ray is leading the strategy to maximize the potential here for our customers and our residents. Sustainability is a design criteria and is incorporated throughout the project's development. Here you can see a picture of our director of the Sustainability Office, Megan Anderson, participating in the sustainability workshop that was held in 2020. We have specified solar power bike racks, and we're submitting that for funding from the Climate Action Fund in the amount of $70,000. We've executed the Memorandum of Understanding with $119,000 in reimbursements to date for GSI, Green Stormwater Infrastructure. We're participating in the Duke Energy Smart Saver Custom Incentive Program, which is yielding a little less than $100,000 in rebates. And as I mentioned, we recycled 97% of construction debris. The city's policy is that new construction and additions, 10,000 gross square feet or greater, achieve LEED Silver. The City Hall is currently trending towards gold. It's now my pleasure to invite Kelly McChesney to present the public art update and to conclude this presentation.
Thank you for having us today. So in 2016, the city manager included the eligible percent for art funding in the City Hall project. Per public art policy, the Public Art and Design Board reviewed the eligible percent for art funding and voted to allocate the eligible funding for public art to the new City Hall. Staff published an artist call in 2020, and the Public Art and Design Board appointed an artist selection panel. 153 applicants applied, and the artist selection panel selected Susan Narduli for her expertise in large-scale, integrated, and interactive artwork with a focus on dual physical and virtual experiences. Susan Narduli is an artist and a licensed architect who works at the intersection of art, media, technology, and architecture. She also leads an interdisciplinary art studio with a focus on design, research, and experiential and interactive projects. Prior to allocating the percent for art funding, the Public Art and Design Board reviewed plans like the 2018 Civic Campus Master Plan, the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, the Raleigh Arts Plan, and also the Raleigh Public Art Strategic Plan, which all include recommendations based on also public surveys for bold, iconic public artworks. The Community Advisory Group was later appointed by the Public Art and Design Board, and they developed goals for the artwork itself as we moved through the process of design. They wanted artwork that felt welcoming and invites the public into civic activities. They wanted a technology-based artwork that was interactive and changing. They wanted to be accessible to people of all abilities. They wanted to be visible from the inside and the outside, and also visible both day and night. So they also wanted in-person and online accessibility so that people did not have to be on site to enjoy the artwork as well. So this public art piece for City Hall has been designed as an interactive, integrated, light-based suspended sculpture that learns and evolves with its environment. It's an LED light installation that's suspended from the ceiling in the lobby, going up the main stairwell, and inviting people into the council chambers. The interactive component of the work is a grid of programmable LED lights connected to a stream of open data portals, illuminating the ongoing activity of the city. Sculptural elements will be clustered to represent a willow oak canopy floating within the light sculpture. This willow oak was selected for the landmark willow oak that graced Nash Square from the late 1800s until 2019. Some key milestones for this project we've been working on a long time was when the city manager included the project and the percent for art allocation as a part of the annual CIP budget process. And then 2019, the Public Art and Design Board allocated that funding. We approved the artist call with the Public Art and Design Board in 2020 and published that. 153 applications, our highest application pool so far, were received. And then a selection panel of stakeholders was appointed. They reviewed all the applicants and selected Susan Narduli in April 2020. Of course, the pandemic happens. So we work with the Public Art and Design Board to appoint a community advisory group for this project. And they have 3 design meetings. This first phase of the project really was to figure out what is the artwork going to be, how is it going to be integrated with the building. We needed to get in early in the design process because there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen with this type of installation. The Community Advisory Group and PADB approved the concept design for Phase 1 in 2021, and then these next years have been spent on the design development and construction document coordination. Looking forward, we have permitting and Phase 2 engagement, which will be gathering input on the data, and I'll talk more about that in a minute, and of course, hopefully fabrication, programming, and installation. So while the fabrication of the physical pieces are planned for 2025. Additional community input will be received for the data storytelling component. This will come from open source data and can include things like environmental data, urban data, demographics, transportation data, kind of the sky's the limit in some ways as long as it's open source. And then the Phase 2 data content and kind of final design approval, she's developing an app as well, will be February through May 2025. So today's action, staff recommend that council approve the budget transfers from capital reserves to the project account in the amount of $4 million to complete the build out and furnishing of an additional floor. From the project account for the natural gas generators to the project account in the amount of $1,336,000, and authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 4 to the contract with Brassfield and Gorey, as well as authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with the public artist Susan Narduli in the amount of $1,010,000. And any questions?
Thank you so much for this. And I think this might be for Marshall or staff. When we talk about reserve funding, I forgot how much we have that you guys told us was left over in reserves. How much was it total?
It was a little over 6 million.
6.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Other questions? Yes. Stormy Ford and then Megan.
This is probably for Priscilla more so than you. Thank you. When you go back to the slide about MWBE participation, you indicated that there may be more opportunities in a different phase coming up for more participation. Is that correct?
So it's not a different phase. What we have done is we have protracted the process to give the CMAR the flexibility to issue bids when it seems feasible. And so there are 3 more packages that have yet to be bid. And so when he does that, he'll still be calculating the minority participation.
Okay, how's that going to be advertised to our minority businesses in the area? How will they know when those opportunities are going to be available?
So we work with the MWBE office. They've created a new web-based notification process. They let people know. We give them that information. That's on a blast. And now there's also a table that forecasts different bid opportunities coming.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that like our businesses in the area have an opportunity to, first of all, know that these opportunities exist, but then be able to participate. So I just want to make sure that we're highlighting that in a way that folks know these opportunities are out there and have an opportunity to participate, especially based on the report that we got from the MWBE office. I think it was at the last meeting about some of the communication challenges they were experiencing. So I'll probably be following up just to kind of make sure we're getting this information out to our local business owners. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, mine's about public art. So couple of questions, or just want to put a fine point on. We got a little bit of traffic to the council inbox around with some people with some sticker shock around the size of the public art award. So I just wonder if you could, you mentioned it, but can you reiterate like the percent for public art is a policy of the council, and it appears in several of our guidance documents that you mentioned. Can you just repeat that?
Yes, the percent for art is an ordinance, percent for art ordinance. So eligible projects are, they can get 1% of the hard construction cost, so not the full budget. In the case of City Hall, it's less than 1%. But they go through the process of the city manager, recommends the eligible projects. Our Public Art and Design Board, a volunteer board, reviews all projects, and they determine the allocation of the funding. So they did vote to allocate the full eligible percent for art to City Hall, in part because of all the different plans that call for bold, iconic artwork, and the Public Art Strategic Plan calling for bold, iconic artwork. And just as a little bit of an example, public art are like custom design build projects. They're kind of expensive. They can get expensive. As an example, Cloudgate, better known as the Bean in Chicago in 2004, was $23 million to create. Today it would be double or more. Another example in Greensboro is Janet Eckelman's Suspended Cloud, and that cost $1 million in 2016. That would be about $3 million today. So like all construction projects, costs have also increased with the pandemic. Projects that are highly integrated into building require a lot of infrastructure costs as well. So that's part of the reasoning for the funding.
Thank you. And then I noticed that the artist is not local to Raleigh. I wonder if you can speak to why we didn't select a local artist and what we might be doing to better equip our artists to win these types of opportunities in the future.
Yeah, thank you. So one reminder, this project had a panel of community stakeholders who serve on the selection panel. This includes residents, local business owners, creative professionals such as designers and artists, also PADB liaison. They are appointed by our Public Art and Design Board. They always value local artists, but they're also seeking to select the most appropriate artist for each project. In total for this, there were 12 artists out of 153 that were from the state of North Carolina. 2 were from Raleigh, and the 2 artists from Raleigh applied to this project, but their applications were not competitive with those with this kind of large-scale, professional, integrated artwork. For such large and complex construction project calling for integrated public art, the Community Artist Selection Panel scored applicants on 5 criteria, including technical expertise, innovative approaches to public art, and project management experience. So 4 semifinalists were selected for interview, and Susan Narduli was selected for her proven ability to integrate artwork into public infrastructure using innovative storytelling through technology, a component that will allow Raleigh community to participate in the project. One important note is that local artists make up about 85 to 90% of our hired artists. Raleigh Arts has several programs designed to increase the number of local artist applicants in public art projects and provide education on how to submit successful applications for local artists who are new to creating public art. Some of these programs are the Public Art Mentorship that we created in 2020 that's paid, artist calls that are designed specifically for local artists only, and we also have an upcoming Public Art 101 online series co-produced by RTN to help kind of demystify the public art process and help be more transparent about what the artist selection process is and what the panel's looking for. Some of those topics would include working with public art budgets, which is new to a lot of people, working with the fabricator, and creating artwork within the community and engagement in that process. We've also simplified the artist selection process by removing criteria such as previous experience from that list. We believe people need to get experience to have that previous experience. We also increased the community members serving on artist selection panel to make sure that we have more of a diverse group making the selection. And we also include purchases from local artists in our municipal art collection.
Yeah, just a comment overall. Really excited about the gold opportunity for LEED certification. The environmental sustainability aspects of the building are huge. So thanks to everyone with your team for making that happen. I also am excited that the art has the willow oak as its centerpiece. So I just have to note a couple things about this tree, Quercus fellows. It is native to the southeastern U.S. and it has huge wildlife value. It can live up to, I think they can be up to about 100 feet tall, long-lived tree, and they are home or host to the imperial moth as well as butterflies like the banded hairstreak, Edward's hairstreak, gray hairstreak, the white hairstreak, Horace's dusky wing, and the juvenilis dusky wing. So I know this is artificial. It's not a real tree. We won't see those perhaps, but maybe we will in the art. So I'm just going to throw it out there. That would be really cool to be part of the installation.
Okay, any more questions for Ms. Williams or McChesney? Okay, so we have a request for a number of motions which we can roll into one, or if you choose to take them separately. Is there any discussion on the request?
First of all, I want to thank the staff for their work, and I know we designed the building, we shrunk the building, now we're able to do some additional work with the building, because we need all staff in one place, because that's true customer service, and that's the true will of the people. And I'll be willing to make one motion to approve the staff budget transfer recommendations, also authorizing the city manager to execute the Amendment 4, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract with the Susan Narduli for the amount post listed.
Second.
And that's all three requests? Yeah.
Any other discussion? Yep, appreciate the work. And all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Awesome, great. And so just to be exact, Councilmember Jones, in your question, with this action that you guys just took, this leaves us with $6.9 million out of the fund balance appropriation for this year.
So now we have 6.9
Yeah.
left, and now we just spent 5. So we had, or
4. Not all of it came out of fund balance, only the
got it,
floor.
just the floor.
The additional floor came out of the fund balance or capital reserve.
I see. So now we have 6.9, and we had 4. So we had 10, and now we okay,
Yep,
got it.
yep, yep.
Thank you so much.
And that concludes my report for today.
Great, thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Community Engagement Board. And we have Dale Neal from the Office of Community Engagement.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor, and City Manager. My name is Dale Neal, Community Engagement Board. Office of Community Engagement, and I'm also the Community Engagement Board Liaison. We're here to present the 2025 work plan, and to do that is Stacy Ahua. She is the Chair of the Community Engagement Board.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Council, Mayor, for having us to present to you today. Like Dale said, my name is Stacy Ahua. Had the pleasure of serving as the chair of the Community Engagement Board for another year this year. Today, we're going to go over briefly some of the accomplishments of the board this year, and then get into sort of the meat of the work plan that we're presenting for approval today. From the outset of the board, if you aren't familiar or haven't been able to see anything presented up from us before, the Community Engagement Board did create a mission statement at its onset here. And it's something that all of the 16 members of the board were able to agree to, and is sort of the North Star for how we look to accomplish a lot of our goals, as well as what we've put into this work plan. The board is made to be constituted of 16 members. We currently have 13, so there are 3 open positions that need to be filled. Some of these come from direct appointments between each of the districts as well as the mayor, and others are just by demographic of individuals within the city. So maybe they're new Raleigh residents, maybe they're business owners, anything in between that can give us a good representative sample of the community at large. I won't spend too much time going through each of these, but there are some really outstanding successes and accomplishments of the board this year that I want to point out. First is the activation of 3 standing committees, which were approved last year whenever we had our bylaws approved. Those include the Policy Committee, Outreach Committee, and the Equity Committee. Again, pointing to that sort of trust and transparency portion of our mission statement, as well as the radical inclusion portion of that. So making sure we cover all bases for all members and citizens of the city. So those 3 committees help support the overall work of the board. We completed onboarding and training for all members. We also chose to rotate our meeting locations throughout all 5 districts. So it's a little bit tough to have community engage with you if you're not where they can find you. So we hold 1 meeting every month at a different district. So we've just been able to do that over the past year to engage people to come meet with us in the places that they live. In that same line, communicating is easier when you know how to find us. So we've created an email address specifically for the board, as well as social media accounts. Again, mostly notifications of where we are, where people can find us, where they can get information about the work that we're doing. And then one of the accomplishments specifically of the policy committee was to create the public comment tracker. So this is a system a little bit different from public comment, how it's used here. Anyone can come to our meetings, of course. They can present at the beginning of the meeting and leave a public comment. We devised sort of a system and a software, or rather a method of tracking those pieces of communication, and then working between the Office of Community Engagement or other city departments to see what the issue was, what the comment was about. If it's something that we can make recommendations and resolve within the board, we will. If it's not, it's something that we'll refer to staff to help us route through the proper department to get the issue resolved if it's something that we can. We also wanted to make sure that tracker assured that people hear back from us. So if they do come to speak, and they're just giving praise or just had a question, we at least send an email that says, hey, thank you for coming, we appreciate you being engaged. And then those templates and sort of procedures follow along. We did have a really a great indicator of success of that tracker from a meeting that we held in September at Carolina Pines Community Center. Citizen came in to express a concern. We were able to work with OCE, who then routed us to Karen Ray with customer service, who then helped disseminate information. And we were able to, just a few days ago, get that issue resolved and information back to that citizen. So again, it's another way to say, we're here, we're listening, how can we help? And then internally to allow us to track how we're aggregating that information as a board. We've designed and approved collateral pieces, again, physical things that we can take to people to say, here's who we are, here's what we do, here's where you can find us. The board, this would have been, I think, in the first initial year, was asked of council at the time to review and offer recommendations about the city council public comment process and how we can make any recommendations to make it better for citizens or how we can help to spread education on how to be successful when leaving a public comment. Not everyone is a public speaker. Not everyone is comfortable with the surroundings they're in. So under that advisement, the board spent several meetings researching how other communities hold public comment for the public, but also what that lead up looks like for each person speaking. And then at that time, the board, mainly the outreach committee, scripted, directed, and with the help of the Office of Communications from Raleigh Office of Communication, produced a public information video. So that video, again, is very general. Here's how you can leave a public comment. Here's how to be successful. Here's some recommendations for what you can do. Here's how to conduct yourself during that time as well. So that is currently in some drafting stages to make edits to it, but it's something that we hope, again, is a supplement to engagement of citizens rather than any sort of separation or just making people comfortable feeling like they have a place and a way to speak comfortably and clearly when they do come to present. So very proud of that production of that video. Our equity committee is working with TODA on the Public Project Community Support Fund. So that committee will help create the Governance Action Committee, which will be part of TODA's process for the PPCSF. And that, again, is across the spectrum of creating equity on that committee, but also making sure that all of the needs of the committee as well as the applicants are being met in that process. So that is ongoing.
Remind us what TODA stands for.
I'm sorry?
Remind us what TODA stands for.
Dale, you'll have to help me. You guys know the acronyms better than I do. Or Taisha would know because she's...
Yeah, I'll let Taisha.
Wonderful question. Taisha Mosley with the Office of Community Engagement, transit-oriented development around affordable housing.
That's
right.
right.
Looking at Pat. There we go. We got it.
Didn't want this to be my first comment. So you all know I am not a fan of acronyms.
Sure.
I prefer you spell it all out. Coming into a new role inside, and I've found doing public speaking and presentations, even the audience are embarrassed to ask the question. These council members are not. But it'd be helpful if we can spell out the whole word so we can get used to it. And then if you want to put the acronym in brackets, because there were a couple, I was actually going to raise that after this, because there were a couple of words I did not recognize. So that'd be very, very helpful for everyone going forward.
Absolutely. So that, again, that project is ongoing. Hopefully, will be a little bit more underway at the beginning of the year. And then the final piece, which is also a large piece of the work plan that I'll get into in just a second, is having initiated a partnership with Cortico, which is a digital AI software company. And that is a platform for listening, understanding, and sharing, which will be part of our Community Conversations initiative, which I'll go into now so we can talk through the work plan pretty quickly. Again, we devised our work plan around really our mission statement, the work that we wanted to do, what we thought was something that we could accomplish within the year's time. We set two major goals for the work plan and just the work in general for the year, which are to acquire and compile intimate community knowledge about strengths, concerns, weaknesses that people have about where they live. Primarily, and second, to explore methods of increasing civic participation, including public comment, community awareness, et cetera. So those pieces can include things like the public comment video, if we do a series about education on how to speak publicly, all of those things are implemented into that second goal. Strategies, first, listening to inform how we create those practices and creating conversations with people in order to inform the work that we do, which therefore informs the work that we're able to recommend to you as well. Second is identifying opportunities to impact and strengthen community building efforts. So in any way, shape, or form that we're able to uncover or to create opportunities to build those relationships from whether it's municipal government or boards, commissions with people are part of the strategies that we hope to use. These tactics, so these are the actionable ways that we hope to accomplish those goals with the use of those strategies. Engaging in community conversations, using the support of software and platforms to develop a deeper understanding of community needs. So these are really meant to be conversations that are trusted, intimate, and able to be comfortable for people to speak up about what truly is concerning them. They would be small groups, but again, ways for people to comfortably express how they feel, what's going on, what's missing, what the needs are. And that way we're not just getting a very surface level answer that you sometimes get with things like polls or questionnaires, but really diving into the issues and concerns. That software really helps to consolidate the information from those conversations, since we'll do a series of them, and therefore create themes that come out of those conversations that we can, again, then report on what we're hearing often, what can be done about those things, and then any recommendations that we can make for ourselves and then to you for the action. Participating and engaging in existing community events. So that can be partnering with any organization, if it's a nonprofit, if it's another department within the city, if there are places where we know there's going to be people who have concerns or people who are interested in speaking about how they feel or about something that's relevant to their community, we'll offer to be there as well. And if there's something more we can do support-wise to be part of that in collaboration with them, then we can do that strategically and appropriately. Developing a standardized engagement framework. This is really just for some stabilization. So these are long-term thoughts about how we're able to engage with community and how people are able to find us. One thing that sort of fits into that category is making sure that we have standing meeting places. So whether we know that we're going to these different meeting places every year in different districts, or we have one singular meeting place, it doesn't change. So people have no question about where they can find us, where they can bring their concerns, where they can ask questions, but creating some of those standardized efforts to help people find us consistently over time. And then rapid response to City Council. This is something that came out in the second year after we gave that response and research on public comment and created that video. So it just offers space for if there's a time that you say, hey, we need your assistance, we need your opinion on something, we have at least some methods or factors built into the work that we do that allows us to clear space for that, really dive into it, disseminate that information into our committees so that they can do that work on a deeper level and then be able to respond back. So that is a very quick version of all of the intentions, all of the strategies, goals of how we hope to do those things. Again, very quickly, I'll go through just the community conversation piece. We wanted to be thoughtful about how these conversations happen, so they're broken down into different sectors of how we would approach designing and then executing the conversations. So the outreach portion is really just how we inform people about the conversations happening and then invite them in to be part of it. We want to make sure that we're looking into every portion of citizenry that we can, so it's not just in your neighborhood or not just your community group, but maybe people who are otherwise disenfranchised, maybe people who only use social media, maybe people who don't use social media, but making sure those efforts are all covered. This is what the ideal selection process would be. So 6 conversations in controlled groups, 6 to 8 participants, so as to keep it, again, intimate, comfortable, and also a safe space for people to speak. And they will be sorted by district, so you'd have equal representation across each district. That final conversation would be randomized amongst all districts, so it could be anybody from anywhere, again, as a control group. Participation incentives, in the name of equity as well, you can't ask people to participate if you don't make it easy for them, or as easy as possible across the board. So offering an honorarium, having refreshments, possibly having transportation allowance, and childcare arrangements as well. So whatever we can figure to make the barrier to communicate and to participate as low as possible, we'll explore. These aren't set in stone, they're just the hopes of how we hope to construct these conversations to allow people to participate. Facilitation, we did feel as a board it was important to have some dissemination between us and whoever is actually leading these conversations, so there's no pressure from anyone participating to speak for us or about us positively or their experience positively. So to have someone who's an intermediary that can facilitate the conversation properly. We would have board members there to observe and assist to make sure the conversation is taking the correct shape, and again, done appropriately for the purposes that we're having them. And then a very tentative timeline of what that looks like. Of course, life does what life does, so things can change at any point in time. But the hope is to have a lot of the back-end work done kind of the end of this year, the beginning of this year, engaging, again, our committees to handle specific portions of this. So outreach, obviously, holding the outreach portion of how we communicate what we're doing. Equity, to really create strategies that make sure that everyone is heard equally. And our policy committee can also help in the selection of the facilitator that we use for the event. And this is sort of the final hope throughout the beginning of next year to finalize the participants, notify, hold the events or conversations, and then at the final, when we have an annual meeting for the Community Engagement Board next year, to be able to consolidate all of this information, the themes of what we've heard, our issues, the things that we heard are great, compile them for our sake, but also, again, to report back to you on things that we've heard in respective areas that you work in and across the city. Final information just for, again, if you don't know where we are, it's hard to communicate and to be part of the process. So since we do have some regular meeting times, we have those listed, and then again, ways that people can find us on social media or directly question or petition for the help from the board at the email address.
All right. Thank you. Do we have questions?
I just have one quick question. It looks like of your 3 vacancies, 2 are from districts from the city council, but then there's also a third person or slot missing, but I'm not sure which category that is. I'm not sure if you know or the clerk knows, outside of the 2 district members, what the third category is.
Dale Neal, Office of Community Engagement. That position is the young adult 18 through 23 position. We had that position filled. She graduated from college, started her career, and cannot keep up with the meeting schedule. So
okay, yeah. All right, thank you.
To clarify, that is a staff nominated slot. So once staff comes back with the recommendation, we'll bring it before the council for a vote.
Thank you.
Yep.
First of all, thank you for the information and report. You mentioned meeting people where they are in groups. I wanted to highlight that some of our local churches have senior groups that meet. That may be a good source. I know of a few, I'll pass that information on, but there may be others that meet in, unfortunately, our seniors, they meet in the middle of the day, where some of us are out working in meetings. So there may be some tactic that may need to be set up in order to reach them. But I think that's a good source of information of kind of things where we've been. And also, if you want to get good information out on the ground, they are good stewards of passing on information.
Yeah, we 100% agree. We had that experience through developing what's now called our CARES program. So we have a network of churches, but we'll always take more.
Thank you guys so much for this. I have a comment and a few questions. For the childcare option, which I think is phenomenal. Thank you so much for including parents who want to participate but can't. I know that possibly the Girl Scouts would be a really great partner to come and host that childcare so that it's not taxing on on staff. I know that my Girl Scout troop would jump at the opportunity to come in and be partners with you in that. So maybe that's an idea. And then some questions that I have. This is for Stacy. Hey, girl. I have had the pleasure of being the liaison from council to the board, and I have not been able to always stay because I have my community meeting right after this, so I can't always stay till the end. But you guys are doing great work. I do want to highlight some challenges. I know that we've had some issues, and if you could speak to them on making quorum. Can you help speak to that and what that has been over the last year or so, the challenges that you've seen?
Sure. I would say that, one, I don't think it's a singular problem. So I think that it's something that any board or commission has probably faced or felt some of the pressure of. Our board has, again, initially it was supposed to be made up of 16 people. We've had sort of a harder road of keeping those full 16 on board. Some of them are joined and then opened a small business and weren't able to stay because they run that small business. Some were young adults who joined and then graduated and aren't able to keep that schedule. So part of it is really just what life does and how people's schedules work. Because we do shrink in that way, we have shrunk in that way, whether people left because of obligations or because they didn't feel confident about their fulfillment of their work on the board, we've stayed at a smaller number. So when that number drops, obviously quorum has to be a little bit higher for us to meet those standards, so it's more difficult to make sure that we can do that. Second part is that there has been some stress on the board, admittedly, that as we move around, depending on what portion of the city you live in, it can take you 15 minutes to get to a meeting. If there's traffic on 440, it can take you an hour and 15 minutes to get there. So sometimes that flexes as well in availability to make it to those meetings or make it on time to begin those meetings at the same time. The third thing I'll say is that we did have a very candid conversation about this, and our board knows that I do nothing if not speak candidly. And so we had a discussion, and each person stated their view of that quorum issue, and then reinstated in front of all of us their commitment to be there, their commitment to be on this board, to do the work that's required of us. And so we have moved forward with a fuller board than we have since that meeting. We've moved forward with being able to fill some of those positions. Some of them will come from you as well. So we look forward to people coming on board with that same commitment to us. But it did take a little bit of a question and a direct answer to say, are you here? Are you coming to serve? Do you commit to being here? And I think we got that answer positively.
And thank you so much for your leadership on that. I know it was something that it was challenging, but you guys have seemed to come through it with flying colors. To your point that other boards experience, this is definitely not a community engagement board solely, specific. So I'm not meaning at all to pick on you. But as a council, and we don't really talk except for work plans. And if we go, I want to make sure that we are in the understanding of what challenges the boards as a whole are facing and how we can best support you. Because I don't ever want you to think, oh, well, you can't talk to council other than that one time. Like, please, no, we want to talk to you as many times as possible. But another theme that came up during my time with you has been guidance from council. I know that there have been questions from you guys to say, what do you guys even want us to do? And this is new. This is new a few years ago. I came into this new. So we're all trying to figure this out together. But I think you guys have done a phenomenal job with your work plan and telling us what you think is important. And I just want to know if you guys still feel that same way, that you're not getting the guidance, or how we can be better for you.
Well, I think our job is unique in that we're in service both to public and citizens and to you as well. So one of the best cases to sort of explain what that relationship has looked like is the public comment question that came up several years ago. And it was council that said, you are here on behalf of the city, or behalf of the citizens. Can you do some of the legwork to help us figure out how to make this better for people who are coming to speak? And so that was almost the ideal situation to say, here's something that we know is affecting people that we see in front of us every month. Can you help us find a way to make that more effective, to make people, help them understand the process, but also help us do a better job of how we conduct that process? And so us being able to do some of that research. Again, we did a poll on our own to ask people how they felt about public comment, how often they participated, if ever. And that was what we were able to produce recommendations on how to proceed. And that video was a great representation of collaboration between council and the board, and also city government departments, because we were able to create something cohesively that could be used as an evergreen tool for the public to engage with you. So I will give my opinion. I won't speak wholly on behalf of the board, but I see us as partners and us being a tool in sort of an extension of the Office of Community Engagement to do work that you can't get done in this room when you meet because you have other business to do. So if there are other projects, issues that you see here or that you hear in the community that we can assist with, that last piece of our work plan, that rapid response, is what we allow ourselves space to do that for, and are always open to.
Thank you so much. And then last thing for me, I promise we'll move on. I just want to say I look really very excited to look forward to the Reflect Raleigh community engagement strategy and what you guys are helping to create as we create our next iteration of the comp plan. So I know we briefly spoke about that at our last meeting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys take the lead and help us communicate with the community. So I appreciate your work. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Councilor Silver.
First, thank you for your service, and I would request just more insight, being new to council. Haven't heard about Community Engagement Board in the past, so certainly would want to know more about your expectations, your role, but I can see it from your work plan. Maybe because I do a lot of public facilitation and engagement in my career that I have lots of questions. I don't want to belabor it now. I know all my colleagues feel the same, the importance of engagement. I think we all know there's public comment, there's public feedback, there's public input, there's public speaking. But we're talking about engagement, and to me that's a very intentional word. We all value public engagement, so I want to find out a bit more about exactly what that means and what is the expectation. And maybe this is a staff question. When we talk about this public engagement board, community engagement board, is that on specific projects, or that's just to reach out to get public sentiment in general? For example, there's a park project or a major planning project. Does the community engagement board play a role, or it's something else? So I'm just trying to clarify, because I saw you put down standardized framework, and that's kind of what triggered that question.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. Thank you for asking. So the Community Engagement Office is the group that assists departments, or we're kind of seen as the consultant or subject matter expert around framework and engaging people, ensuring that we're taking the input and the opinion of the public and including them in the process, taking them along the journey, bringing them to the table as city departments develop different projects and initiatives. Our Community Engagement Board does advise our overall community engagement actions and policies. So there are some projects that may come their way, but staff is the kind of first touch point for the organization when it comes to departments and their engagement efforts.
And I just want to follow up on a question, because Councilmember Branch asked this question. Sure. Doing the work in public engagement, very often there are different tools and approaches, particularly for certain communities of color, for members of our community that's not born here. In practice, certain communities have distrust of government, and so there are different engagement approaches to reach out to them, intercept surveys, other ways. People, very often the model is people have to come to you versus you going to them, and just want to understand, are there approaches in your engagement strategy to reach some of those hard individuals? And then there are some that just have public meeting fatigue. Yeah. Here's yet another process that I'm being asked to reach out to. So I'm just trying to understand, as staff and as a board, how do you deal with that? Because even as a citizen getting emails, I'm like, wow, there's been like 30 engagement opportunities this year, and it becomes overwhelming. So how do you parse through that? Number one, and number two, how do you reach those hard to reach audiences that just don't come to public meetings, but their voice matters in decisions about how they'd be affected by city policy?
I'm smiling because I'm so excited. Like I love your questions, and I'm excited that you have that same passion for engagement. So I'll try to cover them all, but yes, I will schedule time and we'll go into more depth about it. You are absolutely right. A lot of times when people hear engagement, there's the expectation that they come to us. When I started this job, I talked a lot about how engagement and outreach are used interchangeably when they're actually not the same thing. And you're shaking your head because you know that. So we've done a couple of things to meet people where they are. Again, one of the things I'm most excited about is our community engagement van. So that's a mechanism in which we physically go and meet people where they are. City departments check that van out for their different events. Community organizations check that van out to meet people where they are. We partner with groups to do that. We have very strategic engagement efforts. We do something called engagement plans. We do engagement consultations. We do facilitations. We have constant trainings with city staff once a quarter, where we have community engagement liaisons in each department that we train to do the work. We work, of course, with our community engagement van, and we're aware of all those sensitivities. We're very intentional about where we host events. So if a department comes to us and they're working in District A, we don't just identify the community centers. We start there, of course, but we look at where else do people meet and do they gather. We go to grocery stores, we go to libraries and all the things. And I would love to sit you down with our team to show you all the fun things that we've done and that we have in the pipeline.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Stacey. Thanks for all your work. Just to brag on you a little bit more and add to like the list, the extensive list of what you've mentioned, but you all like go on the radio and you have like in multiple languages and you've canvassed, right? You've done door-to-door canvassing for some of our hardest to reach communities.
And it varies from project to project. So we don't take the same 4 things and just do that for every project. We look at who are we trying to reach, where do we reach them, how do they reach them, and then once we answer those questions, we say, okay, at the end of that, well, who didn't we reach and why, and what avenues do we need to use the next time to make sure we bring those individuals to the table. And we're not perfect by any means. There's always work for us to do, but our engagement is very strategic and specific to the project itself. And I would be remiss, sorry, if I did not point out that we have 2 other board members in the audience, Dr. Lane and Carmen is here as well. Sorry.
All right, so then my question, just around, I guess I'm not sure I'll come to a clear question, but I'll try. My worry is always about duplication, redundancy, and creating confusion in our community, for our community members. For instance, I know as we are beginning work on the comprehensive plan, there's been a series of events called community conversations that have a different meeting design than what you've represented here, which are also called community conversations. I think both meeting designs have value, but they're called the same thing, which I think could create confusion for our community members, like, which one's a conversation? What should I go to? Are these the same? And so I would just maybe caution, like, it might feel like a semantic difference, but maybe caution like how we name things. And I don't know which one should actually get the community conversation designation, but just something I've flagged. And then as you go through, I think the meeting design you've presented to us sounds a lot like citizen assemblies, which is a tool I've been learning about. And I think it's really cool. I think it'll be a really powerful tool. So I applaud you for exploring it. We're doing a lot of planning right now. So we have a consolidated plan, a comprehensive plan, a strategic plan to rewrite. And I think it would be great if all the feedback that's given during these sessions you've designed can be very explicitly given to the people who are drafting those, because I know there will be again, 1 million surveys for people to take, but I think you'll get fruitful feedback there. So that's just kind of my comment. It's make sure what you've got there is very deliberately given to the other departments who are creating their plans, and then just be a little bit mindful of how we name things so our citizens know what to expect.
Thank you so much. That's great feedback. Someone beat us to the punch, so we'll go back to the board and come up with something a little bit more creative.
And I don't mean to just say this one should be renamed.
No, that's valid, and we take that feedback.
All right, so, and I would just add, if you do spend some time, I would love to piggyback and get more. As you all know, this is a huge point of public interest on how we interact with the public. So understanding how you fit in and would be great.
We would love that.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the need to approve the work plan. Is there discussion or further questions? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the Community Engagement Board's work plan for their 2025.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, thank you so much. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, and we have Lisa Schiffbauer from Parks and Rec. We do not have Lisa Schiffbauer.
I am not Lisa Schiffbauer. Afternoon, council members. My name's Chris Pereira. I'm chair of the Parks Advisory Board. I will have some staff kind of filling in some of the details on the action items. We have a short report. It's acronym free. 3 action items. Staff has introduced an update to the 10-year parks plan. The Parks Advisory Board recommends that council adopt the plan. Second, There are updates to the schematic and concept designs for a trio of projects. It's the Top Green project, the Chavis Park project, and the South Park Heritage Walk project. Parks Board recommends that Parks Board approves the schematic designs and recommends that Council does the same. And then the third item is a really important community initiative. It's a proposal by community members to rename a bridge that's on the Crabtree Creek West Greenway in honor of Todd Delk. Parks Board members recommend approval of the request to rename the bridge for Mr. Delk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Herrera. And do we have questions?
Yeah, excuse me. I'm trying to understand, did you just present on all 3 items there or just the first 2?
All 3. Yeah, so the first one is the 10-year Parks Plan update. The second one is the trio of projects, so it's Chavis, Top Green, and the South Park Heritage Walk. The third one is the bridge renaming.
Okay, they're numbered differently on our agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, okay. All right.
Yep. Do you want to answer the questions?
Hi, everyone. TJ McCord. I'm a planning supervisor with Raleigh Parks, here to present to you on the 10-year update to our park system plan. Now, as an employee with Raleigh Parks, I might be a little bit biased, but I think many would agree that Raleigh's parks and greenways are one of our city's greatest assets. Our park system encompasses thousands of acres of open space, over 100 parks and 120 miles of greenway trails, in addition to dozens of recreation centers, community centers, art centers and historic sites, rivers, lakes, and much, much more. Over the past year, we've been working closely with our community here in Raleigh, as well as leaders nationwide, to update our park system plan. This is the plan that communicates our community's long-range vision. It establishes the principles and core values that will guide the work that we do in Raleigh Parks and the way that our park system is going to evolve over the next decade and beyond. This update reflects the many ways that Raleigh Parks touches our community today, recognizing that parks are not just nice to have, they are essential public infrastructure, essential to our shared quality of life, and indeed essential to public health here in our city. To take you through some of the details, I'll turn things over to Rhiannon Sinclair with Agency Landscape and Planning, one of our lead consultants on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, TJ, and thank you to City Council for having us. I realize that the agenda is quite filled, so we're going to try to make this quick. All right, so as TJ shared previously, this is an update to the 2014 Park System Plan, which was implemented about 10 years ago, which means that we get to really hone in on a few different topic areas rather than trying to comprehensively shift into a new approach or a new way of thinking. Those focus areas that Raleigh Parks decided to focus on are equity in the park system, looking at how people physically access their spaces through what we call level of service standards, a look back, a reflection on what has been accomplished over the last 10 years through a progress report, and then also an update to the implementation plan to reflect what has been accomplished, what still needs to be accomplished, and what should be added. And then last but certainly not least, we're going to introduce an acronym here. We want to make sure that a parallel program that Raleigh Parks is embarking on, which is a national accreditation for park systems across the country, that they are able to achieve this, and this plan is an important kind of keystone to accomplishing that. And CAPRA stands for Commission on the Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies, but CAPRA is a little bit more fun, so I'll stick with CAPRA. So as part of the plan process, we engaged in deep conversations and broad outreach to a variety of different internal and external stakeholders. I'm not going to go into the details of each one, but invite questions later on, just to make sure that we were reaching people where they were, while also providing those traditional methods of engagement that we know a lot of civically minded folks like to engage in. Early in this exercise, we also looked back and reflected on the plan by reviewing the vision, the guiding principles, and the overarching structure of the plan. We used this as an opportunity to confirm the vision. Bringing people to parks and parks to people is a good vision to stand by and one we want to continue with. We sought to refine the guiding principles because the park system, the people who live in Raleigh and visit these spaces have changed greatly, and I'll share a little bit more about how that's happened in a moment. And then also to report out and revise on the implementation plan. So as you can see at the very bottom, there were about 300 action items in that plan, which is no small feat, but Raleigh Parks was up for the challenge and achieved about 90% of those actions. So we're going to do a quick deep dive into the guiding principles. You can see on the left-hand side are the 2014 principles, on the right-hand side are 2024. Highlighted in yellow are those guiding principles that have changed. And what you'll notice is that a lot of these are focused on community and internal stakeholder values being reflected in the guiding principles, and that many of the words that are used in these guiding principles and many of the defining features of these guiding principles are unique to the moment we've found ourselves in over the last 5 to 8 years. COVID pandemic, shifts in and social upheavals are all part of that. And so a lot of that is reflected in these guiding principles. But importantly, what we heard early on from stakeholder conversations and from values exercises with the public and with partners and with staff members is that people really want to see health as a core tenet of their parks. They want to see health as a core tenet of their programs, and they want this plan to reflect that. And so in those conversations with community and the values they expressed in those conversations, as well as TJ mentioned, that deep research into national benchmarks, national practices, and our own local research, this plan is centered on health. It centers on increasing physical activity. It works to improve mental wellness. It works to strengthen social cohesion and connection, and also to protect our natural environment. So this is just a really quick snapshot of what that structure looks like, this health-focused plan, which includes a keen focus on individual wellness as a lens or a chapter, community cohesion as a chapter, environmental resilience and adaptation as a chapter, and underpinning all of this, this system couldn't exist without the organization that helps to ensure that these spaces are cared for and loved and innovated around. And so within that health-focused plan, there are a series of policies, projects, and programs. So each of the lenses, each of the chapters in the plan document, you will see those actions played out by those topic areas. And what I'm going to do now, I'm not going to go through every single action, but I want to highlight a few that we'd like to share today. First, on the topic of individual wellness, we recognize and have learned that teenagers have experienced some of the most severe or significant mental health challenges, mental well-being challenges, and they also often experience social isolation a bit more easily than youth and then adults. And so this example policy within the individual wellness chapter is meant to remove any barriers to teen participation in programs and access to facilities, whether those be physical barriers, barriers of getting a guardian to sign off on being able to participate in a program or activity, just making sure that teens have a space and feel safe in their parks and spaces. When we think about community cohesion, we often think about the community that have lived in Raleigh and made Raleigh home, but this is an action or a program that is meant to lean into expanding a program that already exists. The Welcome to Raleigh Parks program is meant to be a landing resource for newcomers in the city, primarily focused on folks that have income restrictions or need financial assistance, as well as folks that are experiencing language isolation. And so this program really helps to immerse people into Raleigh Parks and all of the services it provides and develop some of the trust that we understand is missing from as part of past surveys with these community members. We all know that the number of climate events have become more frequent and more severe, and our sites and facilities are a really nice moment to start to respond to a lot of those challenges, especially when we think about more localized flooding and opportunities to improve natural habitat for migrating birds and other populations that make Raleigh home, not just its people. But this is a project that is an example within the environmental resilience chapter to pilot green infrastructure in parks, also known as GSI, with community centers and parks, and then tie programming to that to create stewardship between community members and the spaces that they frequent. And then last and certainly not least, we've talked about CAPRA already, but national accreditation for the Raleigh Parks Department will enable them to work to that high standard that CAPRA requires across the country, ensure that Raleigh Parks can continue to innovate and grow that innovation that it already provides, and improve local standards for how we think about physical investments, programming, and services to our communities. The first bullet point that I shared as a focus area of this plan was equity, and equity underpins a lot of the investments that need to be made as part of this plan's implementation. What that means is that we need to create, and this is within the plan, creating a prioritized model for making investments in health and wellness, responding to historic inequities and environmental justice considerations, and then also ensuring that we are providing access to the people that need it most. And with that, would like to reshare the recommendation that Chris has already shared with you to review and consider approving the Raleigh Parks Plan update as recommended by the Raleigh Parks Recreation and Greenway Advisory Board. And with that, TJ and I are happy to answer any questions that you all may have for us.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions? Yes.
Just one question. I was here trying to find it. I think it was around 2018. I asked about youth programs and programs overall throughout our entire system, because some are in Parks and Rec, some were in other departments. My question is, in going through the update and looking at making recommendations and changes, was any of that information reviewed and updated as well?
That's a great question. So when in our review, I think we focused primarily on a program assessment of Raleigh Parks. There's Stephen. Stephen will also answer questions.
We did not update it, but we did provide it as materials to our consulting team. We provided updates to our materials, but not every department's. But it is something that we could do as a city, because as you shared, it is in multiple departments.
Definitely. So if I could ask, since it's been some years and a lot has occurred, we don't need it next month, but if we could just take some time and review our citywide programs and see what updates we need, because we build great facilities, but if we don't have the right programming in it, they're going to be vacant on a Tuesday night at 6 p.m.
That's a great question.
Councilor Patton.
Yeah. Awesome. This is great. I loved reading the part of the Parks Plan that I read. It's quite a long document, so I didn't get all the way through it. Forgive me. But there's a big, hairy, audacious goal in there of having a core park experience within a 10-minute walk of every resident's home. Love a big, hairy, audacious goal. Certainly think about my own district and think that feels like very far away. That's a very aspirational goal. And I wondered about things you consider to create force multipliers where we can't, like where there aren't going to be public lands available to create those types of parks, where there are like opportunities to, create force multipliers with like HOA-owned land or other types of like private lands.
Yeah, I think, and we know that about 50% of parks are within walking distance to residents, 10-minute walking distance to residents, and it is many cities across the country are doing this, and Raleigh is doing this. It's a few of the recommendations in the plan point to the need to better relate to new developments that are coming online, and ensure that any opportunities to create public open space or privately owned public open space are happen, because we know that the city of Raleigh can't do that on their own. And I don't know if TJ has anything else to add.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, and it gives us an opportunity to emphasize that a lot of what this plan points toward is the need to innovate and a recognition that business as usual isn't going to be enough to help us achieve the vision that the community has, and the desire that the community has for park access, for access to programs. We are going to have to start doing new things and find new ways to deliver these things for the citizens of Raleigh. Partnerships with private development is certainly going to be one of them. That's something we've expanded upon a lot over the last few years. We're getting better interconnectivity with our Greenway network as new development comes online. You mentioned access to HOA open space. We're working right now with NC State University and the Trust for Public Land on a research project to go out and map all of the quasi-public open spaces in Raleigh, those HOA parks, so that we have a better understanding of where people have access to those resources, even if the city of Raleigh isn't necessarily the provider. So yes, providing access to a park or a greenway trail within a 10-minute walk of every home in Raleigh for a city that's as auto-dependent as Raleigh has developed over the last few decades is an audacious goal. We recognize that, but it's a high bar that we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Silva.
Rhiannon, how are you? TJ, how are you? For the record, he was my student at Harvard, so it was good to see you evolving. I can't believe how mature and grown you are now. But anyway, since this is Parks, he was a great student, so I knew he'd do well when he moved here. Just a question. I clearly support Parks and what Councilmember Patton said. You know, a place where I worked before, we looked very carefully at the public realm in general, made no distinction between departments. When I heard Councilmember Patton talk about the walk to a park, as walkers, as runners, as bikers, the way to get there is our sidewalk infrastructure. That's outside of parks. So I just want to make sure, as TJ said, to innovate, and I'm sure Stephen knows this as well. When I was out there speaking to people, they said, yeah, there were great parks. I can't walk there. And there are disconnected sidewalks. So if we truly want to lean into having a healthier community, I know it's a different pot of money, a different resource, but we're going to have to identify ways of walking. I'm a runner, and I would want to put a GoPro on my head to show you what they call branch slapping, where they're so low after it rains, you can't get under it. And so just want to make sure if we want people to get healthier and experience our great parks and walk there, we have to start looking at other agencies such as Public Works that manages our sidewalk infrastructure, not just the greenways. I think you do a lot of people a great service by truly making that 10-minute walk a reality.
Yes, sir. Point well taken. And that's one of the things we're very excited about with this plan adoption. It gives us a great foundation to build on as we look at updates to our bicycle and pedestrian plan this year and through the next years coming up, our city's comprehensive plan, making sure that we are thinking about these things holistically, comprehensively, as you mentioned, right? It is one cohesive public realm at the end of the day. And yeah, we'll be working together on it.
Yep.
I really appreciate a lot of the key phrases in this update. I will want to look very carefully when the test comes for our equity and justice. I think we all know our teens. There are two populations that are most targeted in our public space. That's those experiencing homelessness and teens. And I want to make sure we understand that, we want to make sure our teens are welcome everywhere. There are times when a community is going to recommend basketball in a park, and there's a lot of pushback. And I remember in one place I worked, people said, do you know how noisy and how loud it gets? And I said, really? Did you ever hear pickleball? So I think we have to be wide-eyed and open to understand. Let us give all of our citizens an opportunity to engage in public spaces. And when I do see that, each community may enjoy different type of recreational experiences. And I just want to make sure as we look forward, as we create new parks and amenities, as Councilmember Branch mentioned, to look at those that provide safe spaces for our teens in particular, where they can thrive.
Thank you guys so much for this. I want to first highlight, it was a very long document, so I did not get through all of it yet, just as Councilor Patton acknowledged, but the first part that I did get through was the history, and I really, really appreciate that timeline that you guys put in there, and really going through where we struggled as a city, where we did have some racist past, and we used our park system to do that, and the fact that these are why we put big investments, why we're doing the John Chavis Center and that $56 million, I think we got in the Parks Fund. So thank you for putting that out and highlighting where we are trying to be better. So thank you for that. And then the question that I have is, because I haven't gotten through all of it, I'm sure you guys did address it, but can you speak to what emphasis on the biophilic, I know that that's something we did when we were when I was on the Parks Board, and we emphasized that. Is that part of this plan? How does that incorporate? Because I'm struggling as a counselor to sit here and say, how are we be continuing that biophilic as a theme instead of just one-off? So I'm wondering if you have any of that in the park plan update.
Yeah, we certainly do. It's something that we're definitely going to continue building on. I'm not an expert in all of the ways that we're addressing the Biophilic Cities Initiative, but yes, in the resilience and environmental stewardship section, there are initiatives in there that are gonna guide how we approach not just natural resource preservation at our designated nature preserves, but in all of the spaces, all of the areas in the public realm that we have management over, and through other programs, education, outreach, stewardship initiatives that we can play a lead role in setting the tone and providing education for members of our community, members of the development community, to uphold some of those same values.
Yeah, it's great to be one of 26 cities in the world that has that designation. So I want to make sure that we're highlighting and keeping the bar up for us as well. So any education would be much appreciated for me. Thank you so much.
Right, any other questions? And if not, we have a vote to adopt the 2024 Raleigh Parks Plan update as recommended. And then the earlier, I guess we also have the action on the suspension bridge.
Do you have presentations on those, Stephen?
We'll just take action on this one, and then Lisa Schiffbauer actually had stepped out. She was going to be first on the list.
Okay.
But she is back. We would ask action on this one. Then we have a presentation on 3 projects in Southeast Raleigh right after this.
Okay.
Move for approval of Parks Plan update.
Thank you, Councilor Branch. Second, Councilor Patton for the Parks Plan update. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Thank you for all the work. Okay. And then, Lisa Schiffbauer, the elusive.
Yes, the elusive. Sorry for not being at the podium earlier.
We're glad to have you now.
Let's exit out of here. I don't have a presentation for this, but this agenda item is for a petition that was submitted to the city of Raleigh and naming a suspension bridge located along the Crabtree Creek Greenway Trail. It's a new section of trail that was just completed this year. It's just east of Durley Road. The petition garnered over 200 city residents' signatures, satisfying the criteria of Resolution 2021-278, which provides guidance for naming greenway facilities, park facilities, and other city facilities. A copy of that resolution is included in your packet. The Parks Board unanimously voted for approval of the naming of the Todd B. Delk Memorial Bridge. Todd was a long-term employee of the city of Raleigh. He actually worked as a consultant in the suspension bridge project, and so he very well supported the city through community service and supporting the multimodal transportation network. And the signatures that were submitted as part of this petition that were garnered through that process really show how he had that commitment to the city of Raleigh. And again, it was unanimously voted by the Parks Board in November. And so we're looking for your approval of that naming.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. Do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, I move to approve the naming. I'd also just note, looking at the backup, it looked like the Parks Board talked about this at least 2 meetings, and so I feel comfortable with the engagement and happy to support. So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right, and now we're going to have updates on John Chavis Memorial Park Phase 2.
Good evening, Council. Michael Atkinson, Capital Project Supervisor with Raleigh Parks, and I will be giving you an update on the John Chavis Memorial Park Phase 2 Aquatic Center, John P. Top Green, and South Park Heritage Walk. We'll go over briefly the community engagement that we did for the past 6 months on these projects and the schematic drawings and the conceptual drawings for the projects and the estimated schedule. For John Chavis Aquatic Center, the project scope is a new aquatic center with indoor and outdoor facilities for recreation to include a massage and therapy pool as well too, and include lap lanes, and it will have a kiddie pool, and it will be reconfigured with new parking areas. The Heritage Plaza will have improvements with additional historic interpretive displays. And the allocated budget for the bond was $53,950,000, and the public art funding $100,000. And our public artist for John Chavis is Stacy Utley, and our designer for John Chavis is Evoke Studios, and they are present with us in the audience today. For John P. Top Green, as you see, it's a name change as they're undergoing the name change. So I wanted to be consistent with that. And so for the project scope for John P. Top Green is the renovation of the community center with the building expansion, site stormwater improvements, and it will serve as the trailhead to the South Park Heritage Trail. And the allocated bond budget was $9,295,000 with a combined public art funding of $220,000. And the designer for John P. Top Green is HH Architecture, who is also present today. And our artist for John P. Top Green is Dare Coulter. For the South Park Heritage Trail, it will consist of a 2-mile-long cultural trail in Southeast Raleigh, and it will have cultural and historical interpretations with wayfinding and signage, and it will also include streetscaping and accessibility enhancements. The allocated bond budget was $3 million, and we also have a HUD grant funding of $1.5 million with a public artist funding of $220,000. And the designer for the South Park Heritage Trail is Design Workshop, who is present today as well. And our public artist is Stacy Utley again. And our community engagement in November 2023, you all approved of our joint community advisory group, and you also approved the contract for our community engagement facilitator, B.L. Wall, who is currently here as well too. And we had a very robust last 6 months of community meetings. We had 6 joint CAG meetings, and we had 4 public open houses. We had 3 focus groups and stakeholder meetings, and city staff, along with planning and development, also led 4 different initiatives that partner with the city through various different functions to promote the projects and to get the public buy-in. And next up is the schematic design drawings for John Chavis. The first image here you see is the image for the Heritage Plaza. The purple translucent paint will have pictures from the Civil War and different community constituents that were very important in the community, and they will be translucent throughout that purple paint there. And Stacy wanted it to be more like an inviting in a living room. He wants you to come and stay a little while and not just come in and leave and it's just another park. So this will be a great feature that currently trends into the current historic plaza that is already there. So this is an addition to that. And as you can see, it is to scale, so there will be sight lines. So the concerns for safety, well, you will be able to have maintain all sight lines as well. And this is the rendering for the proposed aquatic center. So when you see the white translucent panes around the top, the designer wanted to make this more celebratory. John Chavis as their crowning moment as for something as this historical happening in this particular park, to celebrate all of the historical moments that took place in this park. And if you look at it with the area view, it really is a distinguishable place, and it really sets it apart from other parks in the city. And if you're standing to the right of your screen, that will be the new proposed parking lot. So the main entrance will be just adjacent to the right where you can walk in. And on the inside, to your left, you see the lap lanes to the left with the that will also be used for lap swimming. High schoolers can come and use it as well too for practice. And then on the right, you see the massage pool and the kiddie pool that also has an ADA accessible ramp for those that are disabled but still want to enjoy the features and the amenities. And this is the outside rendering of the facility with the outdoor pool, with the water slide, and you will be able to see the water slide and the aquatic center from MLK once we get in and start doing the vegetation removal. We hope that we heard from the community that they haven't been able to see the old historic carousel house, but we will make sure that you can see the aquatic center and the water slide. But it will also include some amenities within the outdoor water space for the children to enjoy. And this is the interior rendering of the floor plan where you're standing in front of the lobby. You can be able to see directly out to the back of the outdoor pool that encompasses with a lazy river, with the outdoor pool. And so all of your wet elements are kind of situated to one side of the building, and then your dry elements to the top of the building. And it will keep for sight lines for center staff to be able to see the whole facility. And it will also be situated with security cameras as well. And this is the site plan with the addition of the aquatic center. We are show this image to show that we are still keeping with the 2014 adopted master plan, that we are not losing any elements from this particular site with the new aquatic center. And though proposed in the red are the proposed for future phases of this site, and we are still exploring those particular areas where to best situate them at. And for John P. Top Green, we also had extensive community engagement with this particular parcel of land. The top picture to your left is the current conditions of the site, and it morphed from the Sperner document, which is the picture directly to the adjacent of it. And early on in community engagement and concept design, the community really was in agreement with having a new additional building to maximize the footprint. So the designer, HH Architecture, explored those different options, and this is what they came up with in September, the big image to your right, and landed on the expanded building that also includes a outdoor amphitheater where the current stormwater improvements will be taking place. So it will serve as an outdoor classroom, and it will also, this serves as the trailhead. So as the school-age students come, they can also not only learn about the community center, but also start their way on the trail. And then you have the inside interior renderings for the new proposed building that also has a screen porch on the outside. And it also includes, this new proposed building is the same square footage as the existing building. So you're having two maximized spaces for rentable use and for the community use. And the image on the left is the proposed floor plan and the latest schematic design that was approved by the Joint CAG and Parks Board that will also have the two separate spaces there, as you can see, where we have the collection workroom, and you will also have the genealogy studio in the existing community room that they use there for events. And then the new building in the back has 4 restrooms. 2 of those will serve the public that is utilizing the trail. So that way that city staff, as the trail want to come in, they don't necessarily, the center is closed, they will still have access to restroom facilities. And you see the community room with the screen porch. The image on the right shows one of the issues that we had ran into as we was going through site plan permit review. And this has the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District applied to it and with other surrounding properties in 1993. And so the NCEOD regulates minimum and maximum lot size, maximum and lot width, front yard setback, building entrance, the maximum building height and parking. And so staff believe that the variances will be needed to most, if not all, of these standards. And while their building design is not final, there are other development standards which may require design alternates via a quasi-judicial action. And so as a result, we are, city staff is seeking authorization to pursue those necessary quasi-judicial approvals related to this project to move forward. And on to South Park Heritage Trail. We wanted to distinguish, it used to be called South Park Heritage Walk, but the Joint CAG wanted to make sure that it's distinguishable between a walk and what is a trail. And so the trail is a community-led initiative that celebrates local history and culture through interpretive elements, art, and signage placed within the public spaces. So through these strategic installations on public land, the trail will enhance pedestrian and cyclist safety while creating high-quality spaces that foster community pride and healthy living. And as you see here, this is the proposed route with the storytelling themes. And the route begins at John P. Top Green, and it also serves as the trailhead, as previously stated. And it will connect to Chavis Park, and the route is bounded by Bragg Street to the south, Hargett Street to the north, Wilmington and Felvidge Streets to the west, and Chavis Way to the east. And based on historical and cultural assets along the route, as well as community input, 10 storytelling themes have been established, and they are color-coded for a reason, so that way as you're walking along the trail, you would know what particular thing you're actually in, what district that it was in the downtown community. And these are how the stories will be told. There will be 4 different types of signs ranging from small to large scale, from static to interactive displays. And these signs will be placed strategically throughout the route at intersections and key decision points at nodes leading to off-route points of interest in significant historical locations. And these are what some of those elements will look like with those particular storytelling themes. And they will provide in-depth descriptions of historical and cultural asset and personal stories through engraved quotes on the storytelling benches and or history recordings at storytelling beacons. And the sidewalks will have spurs painted, will guide the users to special resources that were part of the broader network of assets. And what would the trail look like? It will feature a variety of appropriately scaled signs, wayfinding markers, and interpretive elements, and these will be complemented by streetscaping improvements that align with existing commercial, institutional, park, and residential areas along the route. And the designer has also been in connection with Planning and Development Office, Dylan, and Danya and Ken Bowers, that also has digital information for, because we know as the city is growing, infrastructure has changed and it doesn't look like it used to a while back with all of the new infrastructure. So they have captured the digital nodes that gives the historical information of what those buildings or particular places look like prior to the mass infrastructure. So it's an online version that would give more information and more context as they are walking along the trail. So notes to planning and development for their great assistance. And the construction schedule for John Chavis, designed after, hopefully you guys will approve the schematic design, we can move into design development with construction starting in spring 27 and commencing in fall 2029. And for John P. Top Green, with construction starting late 2026 and commencing in late 2027. And for the South Park Heritage Trail, construction in 2026 to 2027. I also have a note here because due to federal guidelines with HUD, we may be on a different timetable with some of the requirements that we are trying to fulfill with making sure that we hit our all-in deadline of the project as well. And The stated recommendations is to approve the concept design for the South Park Heritage Trail, approve the schematic design for John Chavis and John P. Topgreen, and to authorize the city's quadrennial judicial board's approval and to pursue rezoning to remove the South Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District for the John P. Topgreen Park area. And with that, I will open it up for questions. A lot of information, I know.
Councilor Branch.
I just want to say thank you. When I first joined council in December of 2015, these 3 items were still in conversation. And we're now to a point where we're talking about the day we start turning dirt. I wish it had not taken this long, but the thing that has occurred is that the community stayed engaged and stayed involved, and they kept a fire lit amongst me and the city staff on this project. And I want to thank the community for that and for being consistent. Again, I pray we never have another project that takes this long. We're talking about phase 2 of Chavis. We still have phase 3. And phase 3 talks about those items that you see future potential parts of. And I hope that we can find a way to move those items along a lot faster within this project. I don't know what it's going to cost us. I don't know the numbers, but the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost us. So I just ask staff, first say thank you, because I know it took us a while to get here. But at the same time, I look forward to us moving forward because we've lost some good community members that were with us along the way to start this project. And I would love those that are still with us to see us complete this project.
Thank you.
Councilor Ford.
Yeah, I'll kind of echo some of the comments of Councilmember Branch, and I see Bridget Wall with B.O. Wall here and team member Carmen Cawthorne and some other folks who are here. And just participating in some of those community meetings, the conversations were very, very spirited, to say the least. So want to congratulate you on the work, being able to get some things ironed out with folks in the community who didn't often see things from the same perspective, but being able to get some cohesion and consensus around these projects has been very productive. So thank you all for that work.
Thank you.
Councilor Silva.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Just had a question. You had mentioned streetscape solutions or improvements. I understand the markers, you had the markers, you had the other wayfinding kiosks, and you said this is a trail, not a sidewalk. So I just want to understand in terms of the streetscape improvements and saying this as a trail, just so I understand what that means, because someone's going to have a map to know how to navigate this, or is there another streetscape design element that would not allow someone to look at a map to experience this trail?
It will be different spur. It will still be on the sidewalk, and there will be added sidewalk within the streetscape where there aren't currently sidewalks. So the designer has already been exploring those areas. But in addition to that, you will have different spurs, color-coded spurs in the sidewalk that lets you know, one, what district you're in, whether you are in the artist district or the Black entrepreneurship district. So they will be placed in the actual sidewalk, and you'll also have the wayfinding beacon that will be there that will speak of the oral history there in that particular neighborhood. And then the digital part that I spoke to will have the digital component that will be an extension to that. So when they go to John P. Topgreen as the start, we can explore having an actual physical map to show them how to walk around that particular trail, so that way they're just not walking blindly along that trail.
I know a couple of community members are here. Just want to be confident that all the stories were told. I know through one project that just went here recently and watched a presentation with Mr. Bowers about the history of Fourth Ward and a lot of harm to the Black community, that this is not the end of those stories being told, that there are more opportunities, and want to know the community is satisfied, because learning about that for many years, yes, we want to address past harm and move to the future, but just want to make sure that there are other opportunities to continue in conversation to elevate those stories, so that the history of what happened here in Raleigh through urban renewal and other things, that history is not lost. So just want to make sure that the community is comfortable, that there could be future conversations, that as this trail goes in, we just want to make sure that that is captured correctly. I'm coming in at this stage of the process. I don't want to derail it, but just want to make sure it does not preclude those future opportunities. Again, it's not my district, but this is something for years I've heard about the community and what had happened as part of Raleigh.
If I may.
Yes.
Yep.
If I may, one of the pushes and the things was the Top Green Center. It used to be a Top Green Center part of Parks and Rec. And one of the things that I worked with the previous council as well as staff do is changing to a resource center. So with it becoming a resource center, and as you see the name changing, African American Cultural Center, is so that those stories can continue to be told, so that information can continue to be passed down. And this work was done along with the community members and moving that needle forward. So to your very point of continuing those conversations, that's one of the key aspects of the Top Green African American Community Center, is to continue those conversations for years and years to come.
Thank you, Council Branch. Yes, that was exactly what I was about to say. Troy Burton and his staff is still ongoing and working with those conversations.
So I had a question as well.
Yes.
This is exciting to see, especially the trail. And this is also, you've got the strollway, right? So you got the Chavis to Dix strollway. How do those two projects interact? I see Ken over here, but.
Well, they're two separate
Because I think there was
projects.
also supposed to be cultural and some interpretive elements on the strollway.
Yes, so interaction between these projects, they're both sort of what you would call urban cultural trails. They will both have a similar approach to highlighting history and stories. They will also intersect each other, but they don't overlap very much. We are looking, and they both share an initial seed funding from a federal grant that's being split between the two projects, although the Heritage Walk also has the bond funding that can carry it through full implementation, whereas we don't have enough money today to implement the full strollway. What we do have enough money to do is design it and then get started on implementation and set the stage for us to implement it in phases, possibly with the participation of private partners, since there's some significant development projects along the proposed strollway route that would potentially be partners in implementing some of the streetscape elements. I think the other aspect of it is we may look to design a more expansive public realm because we have publicly owned sites such as the Performing Arts Center and Red Hat Amphitheater that the strollway will traverse, that gives us some opportunity to do something more than just work within the existing sidewalk section. Where we are with that is we are currently working on an RFQ for design services to spend at least part of the grant defining exactly what the design of the strollway is, recognizing that we're going to have it's not going to be a unified approach because we've got some blocks that are in purely residential areas, some blocks that go through some of our major civic landmarks, such as the Martin Marietta Center, and then some blocks that are in a very heavily commercial area. It's about 1.25 miles to get from Chavis Park to the front door of Dick's at South Saunders Street. And we also have a funded lap project that's going to be doing pedestrian improvements from South Street down South Saunders to where Lake Wheeler Road comes in. So there's a lot of moving pieces. We are hoping to really get going next year on the design of the strollway and start making some decisions. But a lot of similar work in terms of the enormous documentation. I want to recognize my colleagues Danya and Dylan Bruckhaus from Urban Projects and Planning and Development. Just did an enormous amount of historical research to help the consultants with this. And we're going to take a very similar approach to the strollway, which of course goes to the historic Fourth Ward neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Melton.
Yeah,
Lambert Melton.
Thank you. I know that we got a little extra with the hyphens here, but I just wanted to add, since we've sort of expanded the scope of the discussion a little bit, speaking of the strollway and how it intersects with this cultural trail, and then you mentioned the Fourth Ward was mentioned by Councilmember Silver. The mayor and I were at a Fourth Ward luncheon over the weekend, and there was a lot of discussion there about upcoming opportunities. So I just wanted to flag again that I do know we have earmarked some surplus land surrounding the new Red Hat Amphitheater that will be along the strollway. It sounds like there's a lot of cultural history that we'll be telling in this entire area. So I just want to flag again that I do think if we can incorporate the Fourth Ward into that park that we're planning there, the behind Red Hat, that's going to be, I think, part of, this ongoing discussion on storytelling and preserving history in this area overall.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we've got the request for a number of items. If maybe you could pull that screen back. Does anybody want to make a motion for all three? Separate them out?
I think for simplicity, I would move to approve the concept design for the South Park Heritage Trail, approve the schematic design for John Chavis and John Green Cultural Center, as well as authorize the Top Green African American Cultural Center to pursuant of the city's quasi-judicial board's approval to facilitate their project, as all items listed on the screen before us.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Branch?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Fort. And any other conversation? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
work. All right. Next, we have, oh, yes, okay. So Councilor Patton has an excused absence for the remainder of the afternoon meeting, and we now have matters scheduled for a public hearing, rezoning Z2924, which is 1025 Schaub Drive. And we have Hannah Reckow from Planning and Development.
Hi, good afternoon. Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So yeah, this is rezoning Z2924, request to rezone one parcel, 1025 Schaub Drive.
Can you speak up a little bit, Hannah?
Sure, yeah. A request to rezone from residential 6 conditional use with 3 overlay districts, a special residential parking overlay district, a special highway overlay district 1, and a transit overlay district, to residential mixed use 7 stories conditional use with 2 of those overlay districts removing the SHOD 1. So this hearing was opened at the last meeting on November 19th and continued without the staff presentation or discussion. So I've got the full overview presentation for you today, and then the full 8 minutes for each side is still available for public comment.
Can somebody go?
So we'll situate ourselves on the site. This is west downtown near the interchange of Western Boulevard and I-440. It is located on Schaub Drive and has some frontage on the eastern part of the site that abuts I-440, mix of small office and commercial along Western Boulevard, and then a mix of residential skills in the surrounding area. Here's some views from the site, from Schaub Drive, and from the on-ramp on 440. The site is currently undeveloped and largely forested. Also wanted to situate this along the future BRT corridor, the western corridor, which will connect downtown Raleigh with downtown Cary. The star is roughly where the site is located, so it is near a proposed BRT station at Blue Ridge Road. And then also wanted to note the Western Boulevard Small Area Plan, which is focused on greater opportunities to connect with BRT and encourage transit-oriented development. So there are 4 proposed zoning conditions. The first pertains to affordable housing. So there's a commitment to make at least 2% of the units contained within the first 4 stories of any development on the site to be affordable for households earning 60% of area median income for at least 10 years. And then an additional amount of 20% for any stories beyond 4 stories to the same affordability level, 60% AMI and 10 years. This condition could also be fulfilled instead of providing the units to make a contribution to the city on a per unit basis for the city's use in affordable housing. Second condition pertains to height. They're requesting a 7-story district, and this condition would limit the height of buildings or portion of buildings within 75 feet of any existing residential and the surrounding adjacent residential to no more than 5 stories. The third condition is committing to construct an off-site sidewalk that would go from the Schaub Drive site north along the eastern side of Schaub Drive up to Western Boulevard. So it would connect, fill in a gap that currently exists in the sidewalk network. And then finally, the last condition would require a landscape perimeter buffer along the eastern portion of the site that abuts 440 of an average of 10 feet in width. In comparison, for context, the SHOD 1 overlay district that is being requested to remove would require a landscape buffer of 50 feet. Under this condition, area that qualifies as tree conservation area could fulfill that landscape buffer, and areas where that does not exist, it establishes some planting standards. So overall, existing to proposed, this is going from a residential district with 3 overlay districts to a mixed-use district, an increase in height, and removing one of those overlays, the SHOD 1. So there's a significant increase in the number of residential units that would be permitted, and then a small amount of non-residential use that would now be allowed on the site. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is inconsistent with the future land use map designation of moderate scale residential, which doesn't see the intensity or height requested in here envisioned for that designation. It is also consistent with urban form map designations. It's in a transit station area, bus rapid transit area, and a frequent transit area. There's a number of consistent policies. These all speak to land use appropriate for areas with access to transit, as well as development near freeway interchanges and zoning for additional housing, as well as connecting neighborhoods to BRT corridors. So the inconsistent policies, so again, the future land use map, the request would be inconsistent with the designation of moderate scale residential. And on that same sort of theme, policies on appropriate heights. And then the site is in an area with, does not meet fire response standards. So those policies of infrastructure impacts and response times are also noted. So as it is inconsistent with the future land use map, approval of this request would be a de facto amendment to the map. In this case, it would be to higher scale residential, which does envision 7 stories, and what that would look like in an amended map. The Planning Commission recommended approval in a split vote, 5-2. Their recommendation noted the increased entitlement with access to transit. The opposed votes, there were 2 of them. Topics noted were concern about the removal of the SHOD 1 overlay, and then a desire to see the affordability condition have a longer tenure. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions for Ms. Reckel?
Just something you said. You said one of the objections is the SHOD overlay being removed. Have there been any concerns from the NCDOT about that being removed?
I don't believe we've heard anything from NCDOT on that, no.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Silver.
Was there a sound wall adjacent to the SHOD yard, and was that taken into consideration for the change in the Special Highway Overlay District?
I don't know that that necessarily played a part in the applicant's decision to do that, but yeah, we can see that there is a sound wall was part of the construction of that interchange.
Thank you. Mr. Essick.
Public hearing.
Mayor, I think you have to open the hearing.
Oh, open the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there language I need to read, or?
Just say it.
All right. Thank you. I've heard you're really good at this. I want to open the hearing.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cowell, members of City Council, Chad Essig with Pointer Spruill, 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1900. Here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant and owner of this property, Schwab Partners, LLC. Ms. Reckow's done a nice job summarizing the rezoning request and orienting you, so I will not be redundant. As was noted, and I'll discuss in a little bit more detail in a moment, the comprehensive plan designates this particular area as an emerging urban center on the transit station area map, which contemplates more dense development and taller buildings in close proximity to planned BRT routes and stations, both of which are located less than 500 feet from this site to the south on Western Boulevard. As staff noted, the proposed rezoning is consistent with a host of policies around density, affordability, pedestrian connectivity to transit, and is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan. Some of you may recall, well, some of you that were here will recall that the TOD was applied to this property last year while the current property had it, the current owner had it under contract to purchase. This property was there was a hole in the TOD where it was surrounded by TOD, but this one wasn't during the city's remapping process. So we applied the TOD to the site then. And as the staff analyzed during that rezoning, that would have allowed the site to be developed to the RX4 standard. And during that rezoning, we committed to 2% affordability at 60% of AMI for any units over 28 units. We believed at that time that the TOD, that we could make it work with 4 stories with those affordable conditions. Unfortunately, as we began the site planning process, the number of issues came up that posed real challenges, primarily the topography of this site slopes from the south to the north, and there's a 100-foot riparian buffer at the northern portion of this site that needs to be maintained, as well as some constraints that were imposed by the SHOD 1. It required us to do below grade or podium parking for this site. And because those parking levels couldn't be considered a basement under the UDO because portions of them would daylight, as well as we wanted to incorporate some amenity space and leasing space in some of the parking levels, that was going to count against our height limit. So we were effectively only going to have 2 stories of residential units, which really caused a lot of challenges for being able to develop the site. So in order to this, we started looking back at the comprehensive plan, trying to come up with some ideas on a rezoning, met with Councilmember Harrison before we even filed the rezoning case to figure out how we could craft something that would be as consistent as possible with the comp plan and also address our policies around BRT and providing density and connectivity. Staff did note that the case is inconsistent with the future land use map. It has that moderate density residential designation. I would note that designation was put in place well before the BRT planning process and the identification of those station routes. And so with the evolution of that, we do believe that a medium density or higher density residential designation is more appropriate, both of which would allow up to 7 stories in height. And as you know, rezoning would amend the future land use map to capture that. For reference, the site just to the north of this, the office building site, is office and residential mixed use. If that came in for rezoning today, it could be up to 12 stories under the future land use map. So we believe what we've proposed is a nice transition from what is the future land use map calls closer to Western Boulevard as you transition to the south. Staff did a good job reviewing the zoning conditions. I'll try not to belabor those, but we have carried over what we committed to in the prior rezoning case, but actually enhanced it. We've reduced the 28 unit limit, basically saying 2% of any units in the first floor, 4 stories of residential floors would be required to be affordable at 60% of AMI. And then for any floors above that, we've kind of mimicked what the TOD requires with the 20% affordability at 60% of AMI for those additional floors. Again, one of the issues that came up when we went through the TOD process was this sidewalk gap that exists between our site and Western Boulevard. At that time, it was very difficult to commit to off-site sidewalk improvements given the small entitlement we were seeking at that time. With the additional height that we're requesting and with our desire to make sure our development is well connected to the BRT, we have agreed to provide that off-site sidewalk improvements within the existing roadway, which transportation said is wide enough to accommodate that. That will benefit not just our project, but it'll benefit everyone else along Schwab Drive to the south and the Driftwood Manor community, allowing them pedestrian connectivity as well to the BRT line once that connection's made. Staff also discussed, we did provide some height transitions as you go to the south of the site where there's 2-story condos. We've agreed that if we get buildings within 75 feet of those, we're going to taper it down to 5 stories above finished floor elevation. And then we, in light of the shod removal, we have offered a zoning condition for that landscape buffer along that eastern boundary line. And as Councilmember Silver mentioned, DOT did recently complete that interchange in construction. There's a 22-foot sound wall that's now been installed just off our property line. And there's significant separation between that sound wall and those roadway improvements. And so we needed a little bit of flexibility on the site given a lot of the challenges. And so we have requested that shod be removed, and we're replacing it with that landscape buffer with specific plantings, which is, we did our research. It was similar to a case that you guys had back in the early summer where a shod was removed, and we kind of mimicked the landscape buffer that went back on that case. So with that, we did have 2 separate neighborhood meetings on this, one with folks within 500 feet, one with folks within 1,000 feet. At the first meeting, we had 2 people show up, did not express any concerns about the case. No one showed up at the second meeting. We did take this case voluntarily to the West CAC and present it to them, and did not get any negative feedback at that meeting either. And we've also spoken with the association of the board of directors at the Driftwood Manor community, which is the community just to the, again, to the south of this site, and apprise them of our plans and what our proposed zoning would do. So as I stand here today, I'm not aware of any opposition to this case, and no one signed up to speak in opposition. So with that, of course, I'm happy to answer any questions. I want to thank Councilmember Harrison for her continued conversations with us and talking about this case and working together. We respectfully ask that you approve this case, as we think it accomplishes a number of goals around density, affordability, pedestrian connectivity, and close proximity to transit. So thank you, and appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Essick. And he is correct. There is no one signed up for opposition. Yes, Councilor Harrison.
Deciding which mic to use here. Yeah, thank you, Chad, for giving an update to our new council on this case. Wanted to make sure we all had something fun to talk about at our first day, so we saved this one for December 3rd. Nothing has changed since we saw it last. Mostly, I will say my considerations or, thinking about this was about the shod and whether it was appropriate to remove or not. I will note, in general, I don't prefer to remove the shod. What it does is it provides a 50-foot buffer, which often has some kind of vegetation, which means that for folks that are on the highway, they're going to see trees. And then for folks that live in the buildings along the highway, they're going to have a bit of a buffer between themselves and the highway. But I think a couple things here that are beneficial. There is a 10-foot buffer that the applicant is adding that will have vegetation, including trees. And as you mentioned, Councilmember Silver, there is a sound wall, so that should assist. And then additionally, the applicant is offering on average 5% of the units to be affordable. So that is a significant contribution that they have offered, as well as the sidewalk that will take this development up to Western Boulevard. So I think with those public benefits in mind, I can support this case.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or conversation on this? And then we need to close the hearing now. It is closed.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Great.
Okay. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated December 3rd, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second. I also want to add, I'm very thankful for the off-site improvements for connectivity, pedestrian connectivity. I think that's a big benefit, and so thank you. So second.
Any other comments? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion passes, and thank you. All right. We had a number of different committees that had no items pending.
Mayor, I apologize.
Yep.
On the previous item related to the parks matter, I needed Councilmember Branch to clarify his motion to include allowing the city manager to execute the necessary applications.
Yes, I thought I stated that, but yes, that was part of my complete motion, as I stated, the items that were listed on the screen.
Yes, there was some concern, though, by my staff that the motion was missing a part, and Mr. York is coming to the mic.
Okay, what was not on the screen?
Yeah. The recommended action in the agenda, and the printed agenda said to authorize the manager to sign applications, including quasi-judicial applications and the rezoning application.
So I'll make it easy. I move on that item, which you just stated.
You want to approve the printed recommended action in the agenda?
I want to approve the printed recommended action.
Second. Or do you want to second it? I revoke my second, so Mayor Pro Tem Fort can second it.
So do we need to redo the vote?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of
Aye.
the motion? Aye. All opposed? All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there was a number of committees that had no items pending, so that brings us to the report from the mayor and city council, and I will just start at the end of the table if y'all have items.
Yeah. Well, first, I just want to say hello to our new council. Very exciting. Council member Silver, he's here. And Mayor Janet Cal, welcome to the team. Excited to be here. We have new seats. I'm getting used to this. It's going to be okay. I also want to wish everyone happy holidays out there. I know we had a long weekend. Happy Thanksgiving and all the holidays to come. We won't see you through the rest of the December, and Marcelle's very excited, I bet. So I hope you all
For the holidays, right?
you all enjoy the break when it comes to you, and thank you for your hard work for the city of Raleigh. We will have our next District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting in January, so we're taking off December, and I will be there Saturday, January 18th, 9:30 a.m. at the Crowder Center. Hoping to see you all at some holiday parties as well.
Definitely, Mayor, welcome. And Council Member Silver, welcome as well. And good to see the rest of you all back here on council, our city manager, city attorney, and clerk's office. Just a couple things. I know historically we've stated if any council member wanted to do a town hall or something to bring it to the table. So I would like to ask to do a District C Town Hall late spring. Still working with, I want to work with staff and programming it and putting it up and setting it up. So that's my goal for late spring. I did one before some years ago, so I just pull out old notes and kind of go from there. But just want to daylight it that it will be coming. There will be District C meetings leading up to that, but I definitely want to make sure that residents will be on the lookout for that information. And lastly, Councilmember Silver mentioned our sidewalks. It would be probably great at some point if we just had staff and a manager's update to provide information on where we are and the information that we're doing and some of the funding that we need that has been provided to close some of that gaps. I think that information it helps get us started and moving forward. And lastly, I'm sorry, I know that I said I was last, but I had one more. The fire study, I know it's coming, but something that came up today when I was listening to the last hearing cases, it mentioned that it was outside of fire response. If we could, maybe sometime in maybe February or so, get some information on how much of our city that currently exists in our city limits is somewhat out of the standard. And if it comes in the same time as a fire study, I think it's great. I mean, I think it can all come in at the same time, but I think it'll help us all level set in making decisions here from council. And otherwise, have a great holidays. I hope everyone had a great week last week. I know I did. I had a well-needed vacation, and I look forward to this new council moving the city forward.
Thank you. I just have one thing aside from the congratulations, and really excited to work with this new council, echoing what other council members have said. I do want to mention that I have my next meeting, so it's my Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up monthly meeting. It'll take place again at La Cucina Italian Restaurant on Wednesday, December 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. Thank you to Larry, who corrected me from last time I said the 7th. It is not. It is the 11th, December 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. And so please be there, and I look forward to seeing it. Happy holidays.
Great. Well, I will say I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate all the support of everybody, of course, the public during the elections, and then all the collaboration and welcome of everybody here at the table, including the 8-hour orientation on a Saturday with Councilor Silver as we get our sea legs. And but I appreciate all the staff work and support, and again, swearing in last night, which was lovely and well done, to Carrie Painter and the others who helped with that. So that is really all I have to say. I will hand it to Silver.
Well, I share your sentiments, Mayor. It is drinking out of a fire hose to get sworn in less than 24 hours ago, and here you are. But I do want to thank staff for the orientation and helping me get through the packet. Also, I'm very excited to work with my colleagues here at the table. As you all know, I was at the other side of the table, so it is going to be quite exciting to be on this side of the table. I have no updates, but I'm very confident by January I will have much more to share with you. So I'm very excited about 2025 and want to wish everybody a very safe and pleasant holiday season.
Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but also want to say welcome, Councilmember Silver and Mayor Cowell. Very excited to have y'all at the table. I thought the swearing-in ceremony last night was fantastic. Mayor, particularly your comments, I think that really set a great tone for starting this term, and I've received that feedback from others as well, so thank you for that. I do have one item. We had our e-bike voucher program go live. Applications were open and they closed. It's my understanding folks were told they were going to be informed the week of November 14th whether or not they received a voucher. No information has been sent out yet. I've been told that there was a technical issue with some of the third-party vendors, but I would just ask, since I helped lead that initiative, which I'm very proud of, I'm also getting folks who are upset and annoyed are also coming to me, and I cannot help them. So please help me help them. Even if there was a technical issue, if we could just send that information to folks so that they know that the information on who received the vouchers is forthcoming. Because right now, I think there was just a void of information, and so folks are getting frustrated. And then the second part of that is I'd like to get some data back on how many applications we received versus how many vouchers were available, just to get a sense of demand. I would say that that has been one of the most popular programs that we rolled out, and so I would really like, and it was funded initially through a federal grant, and so I would like to challenge or task staff maybe with finding a way that we can provide some sustainability to that program and make it either an annual thing or whatever needs to happen. But I'd like to keep it going. So first, if we can communicate the current status to folks so that they understand, and then if we could get the data back and options for how we can stand that program up on a permanent basis, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our two new members of the council. Thank y'all. Also, thank you for the vote of confidence by colleagues to be the Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you for that. Have a little bit of business. Councilmember Melton and I had a conversation with some of our staff that included the attorney's office and transportation staff about an issue as it relates to Woodside Drive. We'd had some communications with an applicant about that particular issue, particularly setting up a street closure, and I think it's caused some confusion. So I have a request of the staff, and basically it's been brought to our attention that an application has been submitted requesting that the city close the right-of-way identified as a stub of Woodside Drive and relinquish title to the right-of-way to the adjacent property owners. In discussions with the applicant and staff, it's my understanding that the current staff review process does not provide a route for a street closure request to be heard by the council in absence of a staff recommendation to approve the closure. I know that staff are working on an update to their internal review processes for these applications, but in the meantime, I would ask staff to provide an update to the council on this request at an upcoming meeting and to prepare the appropriate resolutions required by state law for council's consideration if it's desired to move ahead with the closing following that update. So that is my request of staff. And other than that, I would say happy holidays to everyone.
Great. Thank you all for that. The next item on the agenda is appointments, and I actually had a request for the counselors. I want to be sensitive if there are some of these committees that we absolutely need to vote on appointments today, we can do that. I know that Council Member Silver and I just got our email working this morning, so we did receive some of these resumes just the last minute, and I believe there were also additional nominations. So if we could defer this to January, that would be great. If there are ones that are urgent, I was, listening, of course, to the public engagement where they've had some quorum challenges. So if there's circumstances that demand a vote today, absolutely happy to do that. But there.
Most will take the holidays off anyway or do like a social gathering during December, so I don't think there's any real business. So up to Cassidy to kind of walk through what that would look like for next month.
Yeah, totally fine. A couple of points of clarification that you guys can decide on. If you guys would like to hold those appointments, that's fine. And Councilmember Fort did want to make a nomination, so if you kind of wanted to add that on now, it might make sense.
Yep, so I wanted to nominate DeQuanta Copeland for the Fair Housing Hearing Board, and I think she has submitted her application in the interim, so it should be available for folks to review in Granicus, if the clerk's office could confirm that for me.
Yep, and that's for the Fair Housing Hearing Board regular slot. We do have the tenant slot in the regular.
Yeah, and
so I can add that
I'd like
on.
to co-nominate. I'll join that nomination.
Okay. So I will add Ms. Copeland on to the ballot. And there was one other item here. If you'd like me to go ahead and proceed with the new announcements under nominations, I can also loop that in on the ballot. If not, I can also wait. There was a few on the agenda, new announcements, first time seeing them.
Just for clarification, that means that we'll reballot. So everything that we voted on, that just goes away. It doesn't. I don't have to stick with that same vote, right? We can just re-vote.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Cool. That's all. Thank you.
Then you had a question, but I'm not.
Yeah. So the appointment section is where we would announce the results of the balloting. And council members can make new nominations at that time as well. And then nominations, which falls immediately after appointments on the agenda, that's where I would announce new vacancies or term expirations, which would then kind of start the process to get them on the ballot. So if you'd like me to proceed with that, I can go ahead. Okay. So under nominations, the first one is Environmental Advisory Board, one regular vacancy. We've received a resignation from Kevin Hernandez. So that will be coming back on your ballot for nominations and subsequent voting. The next one is Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, two regular vacancies. You have terms of two members that are expiring, Dana Deaton and Dr. Lucinda McKeithen. Both would like to be considered for reappointment, and their attendance records and applications were included in the agenda packet. So what would happen during this time is the council can choose to either carry it over to a ballot, typically, if they were comfortable, would vote to either reappoint or not reappoint a member. It's up to you guys how you'd like to proceed.
I'm happy to hold it if the mayor and Councilmember Silver would like. I'm also would be happy to make the motion to reappoint these two members. They have good attendance. One has perfect attendance.
Yep.
That's one less thing. One less thing we have
That's
to.
one less thing that'll carry over, and they're already currently serving.
Yep.
Do you want me to make that motion? So I move to reappoint Dana Deaton and Dr. last name I cannot say, I apologize. The other one.
McAthin.
There we go.
Second.
Great. Any other conversation on that item? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Great, thank you.
The last item is Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, professional member category. Resignation has been received from, and let me backtrack here, on the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, there are some slotted positions. About half of the members are classified as professional, half are community members. And I cannot define that right off the top of my head, but the bylaws and everything go into detail about what that actually means. So because we have a resignation from a regular professional member, past practice has been to elevate the sole alternate member. In this case, there's only one professional alternate, which in this case is Jorge Santana, and that would create an alternate vacancy. After that elevation, if you guys want to go ahead and do that, that's up to you. Attendance information and application was included in the agenda materials.
So moved.
Second.
Sounds good. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Cassidy, if I can just clarify, with the professional category, there's some flexibility in terms of residency requirements, and so they don't necessarily have to live in the the Raleigh city limits. They can live in other areas if they have businesses here or something along those lines. Is that correct?
That's correct. And on the ballot, I can add a little blurb going into detail on that and provide more information on the slots specifically for this board. But that is correct. Generally, for our boards and commissions, city residency is required, but there are a few exceptions here and there, and those will be pointed out when they arise. So we can do that going forward, and that wraps up appointments and nominations. Thank you.
I have a quick question for that alternate vacancy that opens up. Is that professional as well? Because that's who we lifted up into.
Correct. Yeah, it would be an alternate professional vacancy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, exactly a year ago today, the council adopted some changes to the noise and nightlife establishment ordinances. And since that time, there have been some challenges as it relates to repeated unlawful noise. And as a result, the council tasked the city attorney's office with making some proposed revisions. I have with me today Senior Deputy Dottie Kibler, who will come forward to make that presentation.
Good afternoon. We have 3 proposed ordinances for the City Council to consider. The ordinances are based on the council's concerns that have been voiced to the City Attorney's Office. We were asked to come forward with proposals, and we're here to present those to you today. The ordinances are both in the noise ordinances and in the nightlife establishment ordinances. 2 recommendations appear in the noise ordinances. First, we are proposing a new ordinance. I call it the Turn Down the Sound Ordinance. It is an ordinance that requires a person who receives a citation, whether civil or criminal, to turn down the sound after that citation has been issued. If that person fails to do so, then that creates a violation that can be punished, among other things, as a criminal misdemeanor. The turn down the sound proposal also requires someone to keep the sound down. And if the sound level is elevated to an unlawful level, a law enforcement official can issue directives to turn the sound down. And if the person disobeys the directives, no matter how many times, each disobeyance is a separate offense. The ordinance does allow good actors to receive help. If asked, a law enforcement official can help that person to determine a sound level that is a lawful sound level, but that's done by request. As I mentioned, violation of this ordinance is a misdemeanor. Under state law, a governing body cannot adopt an ordinance that imposes a misdemeanor violation at the first introduction of the ordinance. So if council is interested in pursuing this ordinance, the appropriate step would be to receive it today and then to provide instructions to us to put it on another agenda. Council could choose the place in which it would appear on the agenda, and in our prior noise ordinances, we place those on the consent agenda. So that would be a way for the council to proceed if interested in that proposal. Also, we've discovered that the existing noise appeal process is very time-consuming and cumbersome. The noise process requires arbitration when a civil citation is issued, and that has been very difficult to implement. That's a rare requirement in our city code. Typically, a city official is named in the code to consider appeals. And so we are recommending that we follow the more typical requirement, and that is to identify a city official who would hear those appeals of a civil noise citation. Our proposal identifies the city manager or the city manager's designee. This ordinance under state law could be enacted by the council at any time. Could do that today, could do that at another meeting if you chose to do so. This ordinance also is a little different in that we have ongoing appeals that have not yet been decided under the old process. And so the ordinance is drafted so that the old process continues for those appeals that have already been filed. But once council enacts the new provisions on appeal, all appeals filed after enactment would then follow the new process. So that ends the noise changes that we're recommending. There is one change that we are recommending to the nightlife ordinances, and that is the noise containment provision. That is part of the nightlife, which are business-oriented regulations, and those regulations are not enforced as criminal misdemeanors. Only civil citations can be issued. And the noise containment requirement that we are proposing provides that if a criminal or civil citation is issued to a permittee holding a nightlife establishment permit, that person then ceases outdoor amplified sound for 24 hours. And that essentially solves a problem that ongoing continued nightlife establishment noise causes. By definition, a nightlife establishment is a business open after 11 p.m. And so this would assure that continuing violations then brought the noise level down. With outdoor sound not permitted, we are sensitive that alternate avenues for sound exist, and we have included a provision that many of you will recognize from our amplified entertainment ordinance, that is, sounds allowed indoors, but it's contained indoors. And we've used the language that existed in our old AEP, amplified entertainment permit ordinances, to allow someone during this period when outside sound's not permitted to continue indoor sound that's contained in the business. So those are our three recommendations. The noise ordinance, again, like the change to the appeal process, could be enacted at any time. If council wished to do that, they could do it at this meeting, could do it at another time. So those are our proposals, and I am available for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. So, questions? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to give a little bit of background and also a question for RPD, perhaps Chief Patterson or whoever would be best to speak to your experience with enforcing the current noise ordinance. We do have residents, particularly in the Glenwood South area, that have made calls to 911 when they hear very loud noises at night, can't sleep, and so we've had officers go out and at times have had to make a violation or a citation because the noise was too loud, but then the noise continues. And sometimes the noise gets louder after that. And so this is what we're trying to remedy right now, or at least partially, is to ensure that folks are going to follow our noise ordinance, and and previously they could only be subject to a citation once every 24 hours. So this is going to ensure that someone doesn't, I'm going to say, game the system. So this is what we've asked our attorneys to address, and I'm curious if we have someone from RPD who can, again, speak to their experience in enforcing the noise ordinance and your, I guess, review of how this new ordinance might affect that.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, Deputy Chief Rico Boyce. Yes, currently the ordinance as it is written is an officer gets called to a violation and we issue a criminal or civil citation. For the next 24 hours, we cannot issue any more a civil citation, a criminal citation. So it limits us in enforcing and trying to get a residence or business to comply with the noise ordinance. The changes would hopefully help us in dealing with that. If we get called to a certain location, we can hopefully gain some compliance on just one visit. But right now, it's when we respond, we issue a citation, we go away, they turn the music back up, we get multiple calls back to that location. And since we have already issued a criminal or civil citation, our hands are tied. So we're just looking for some changes to help us enforce this ordinance.
Yeah, and I also want to note that, our officers do an amazing job across the city, but have limited resources, particularly to focus on one particular area of the city, weekend after weekend. And so I want to ensure that you all have the ability to do the work that you need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
And my hope is this will help.
I believe it will. I believe it will. So the changes will help, not only in certain parts of the city downtown, but just overall throughout the city. So, thank you.
So I have a question. Do the establishments have the ability to measure the sound, or do they find out they're in violation? Because I'm assuming law enforcement have devices to measure sound. So I'm just understanding the first time they're out of compliance, I don't know if it's noise and vibration, but I'm just trying to understand, are they aware of the decibel levels that are permitted? Do they have an internal monitoring? Do you have monitoring? I'm just trying to understand how this is, or just some people have better ears than others, and so I'm just trying to understand from nearby residents, what are the triggers, so I understand, both for the establishment and then for law enforcement.
Right. So the establishment, from my experience, they do not have a measurable device to measure the decibel levels. When we get a complaint based on the footage, the 300 foot, what's reasonable for a distance from a certain location, we take that into consideration. We're not using a measuring device as the PD. Do we have those devices? Yes, but we're not using those devices.
Mayor, if I may, just to provide a little background that may be helpful. As the city attorney mentioned, a year ago, I guess, we enacted some changes. One of the changes we made was we switched from measuring devices to a reasonable person standard, which allows the officer now, with their judgment, to go out there, measure a certain distance from the complaint, and assess whether that sound is reasonable or not. And the primary reason we made that shift was there was no ability or limited ability for our officers to use that device in a really lively area like Glenwood South, because they could not determine for certain was the sound coming from this establishment, the one next door, the one down the street, using the device. And it was my understanding from the city attorney, I think it was interim city attorney at the time who helped us with this, that a lot of cities are moving towards a reasonable person standard and away from the decibel reading for that reason. And then I do think, just speaking frankly, to touch on what Councilmember Harrison was saying, I do think anytime you put a policy in place, you give it a little bit of time to assess its effectiveness. And what we've learned here is there are in particular some actors perhaps that have found loopholes in our current noise ordinances, or there have been deficiencies in our officers in being able to enforce it or to expedite the enforcement efficiently, particularly with the appeals process. And so now that it's been in place for a year, we are hearing a sort of a pattern of repeat complaints and hearing from our officers about their limitations in being able to apply it. I think that these three requests for changes are squarely on point and addressing these issues, and hopefully will make some measurable difference. I'm happy to support it. I know it's for information to today, but I would be in favor of it coming back to us on the consent agenda in January and see if this can do some help with the issue.
Perfectly said. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So what is the pleasure of the council? Councilor Harrison, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for this to return to our first meeting in January. And I'd be happy for it to be on the consent agenda unless anyone prefers otherwise.
Second.
Okay. Any other, and that is simply for the turn down the sound piece?
As well as having the appeal process go through the city manager's office, because that just speeds everything up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for clarification purposes, we would have the proposed revisions as listed in the agenda on the consent agenda for January. Is that right? Because there were 3 things here.
Yes.
3 things, yep.
Thank you for the clarification. With that understanding, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed. Great. Okay, so that passes. Thank you. Okay, so now we are moving into closed session. Oh,
For the city
wait.
clerk?
How could I forget the city clerk? The report and recommendation.
And in your agenda materials, you did receive draft minutes from the November 19th work session and regular meeting for your consideration to approve.
Move for approval of minutes.
Second. Right, any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Yeah, say aye. And all opposed? And
Abstention.
yeah, I should, now can I abstain too and still have a quorum?
They don't let us abstain.
Oh, we don't? Oh.
Well, we'll just approve them even though we weren't there.
I will trust my colleagues.
So hopefully it's all right.
Yes.
I check for my stuff to make sure.
We got
Okay.
a quorum without them anyway.
Great.
Okay.
That
Thank you.
concludes the report.
All right, now I will make the motion to go into closed session. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege. And also GS 143-318.11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered by the city in negotiations. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion. Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. We will move into closed session. Do I need to?
I don't know. We'll get there.
Okay. Appreciate the support. Can't believe Byron Rush Frizzell beat out Octavia Rainey for the first speaking slot.